See here, and my lapel mic. Pause for a second. Okay, we have the lapel mic equipped here, and it looks like we're live. Hey, hello. Hi everyone. Hey, good to see you guys. So today I'm going to be doing some 3D modeling for my PSP game. I've done about 50% of the programming for this homebrew game. I'm trying to wrap that up. I'd really like to wrap this up within the next week. So I'm just very quickly going to do the modeling for this. So this is a virtual pet battling game, and I don't know why my webcam... Let me see if I can sort out my green screen here. It's gone a little funny, so I'm just going to go ahead and increase the green screen sensitivity on that. I wonder why it's doing that. Actually, so for the PSP game, I'm using Game Maker 8, which is an old, outdated version of Game Maker, but you can use something called ChoVGM. I'll bring it up on the screen here in just a second. It looks like I've overtuned my green screen a little. Well, that's going to have to do here. Looking forward to your next project. Any clues? Hey, Winslow Man, good to see you. So my PSP game. This is I've been wanting to do a PSP game so badly. I've got one PSP homebrew out that is Silver Falls Battle Fever, but I want to do one that's a little bigger than that. That one's just like a fun little battling game that's using graphics from the Silver Falls Game Boy game. Hey everyone, good to see you. I just realized people don't like the slurping. They like, you know, when you drink and it makes the sound effect from Dragon Ball Z when Cell eats somebody. So what? You know what? I'll just have to mute the mic when I drink the coffee. I can do that. I can do that. Hold on. Hello? That's not it. How's the music? Let me know how the music is. I guess I'll manually. Okay, that's probably not a big deal, right? Good to see you. Ha 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 lol XD. Wild. I actually found this yesterday for $6 at the shop. I wasn't expecting to pick up a new mug yesterday, but it is cumbersome and awkward, and now I need to get one of those bottle cleaners so I can clean it properly. But that's exactly the kind of mug I want, man. Something ridiculous. All right, how's the music? Is the music okay? It's not too loud or anything? So I'm going to bring this up on the screen here. ChoVGM. So if you could still purchase Game Maker 8, then I would say purchase it, but you cannot purchase Game Maker 8 anymore. You have to use Game Maker Studio. That's the modern one. But Game Maker 8 lets you make PSP games because of something called ChoVGM. If you search for ChoVGM, I have a video about this, but I can do another one. But if we click on that, ChoVGM will convert your Game Maker 8 game into a PSP game. And you don't need anything special. It's just a full PSP game. And you run it the exact same way that you run any other PSP game. So if you search for ChoVGM, you download that. Music's very quiet, thank you. I'll go ahead and turn that up. Okay, so that's, and the reason why I'm using that, there's a number of limitations when it comes to using Game Maker 8. You can't do 3D graphics and whatnot, but I'm not going to use one of the more involved methods for PSP games because I'm not making money off PSP games, and my full-time job is game development, so I can't afford to spend too much time making homebrew games. So that's why I'm taking the fast option for making PSP games. I can make 2D games. Basically, any 2D game that I want, I can make very quickly using Game Maker 8. So I'm just going to do a bunch of sculpts now. I just need to open my notes here off screen. because I need to keep track. So I write out all the species. Uh-oh, that's not good. Hide, 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 hide. No. Uh-oh, I don't want people to see. Okay, good. All right, good. I was worried the Silver Falls, usually it's the Silver Falls notebook that's open. I didn't want people to see any spoilers on there, so that was fortuitous. Okay. This is Sculptress. This is really old. This is really old. It's free to use. It's from the people that make ZBrush. I don't think they distribute this anymore, but the reason why I'm using this is that I don't need more power. I can use more powerful software, but I'm not that good at 3D sculpting. I'm still pretty early on in my 3D sculpting journey, and I have a lot of learning to do. If I were to use one of the more advanced, more of the newer softwares, it would do a lot to help. It would do a lot more work for me, and I don't want that, because the more work that the software does for you, then the less you learn and the less you develop. So I'm using this, one, because it's free and I can recommend it, and two, because it is weaker and it does less. It allows me to develop my skills faster, because I don't get to spend a lot of time 3D sculpting. And if I were to use a newer software, it would do significantly more work for me, and that reduces the amount that I learn from doing the 3D sculpting. Anti-bookmarks. Are you still making your RPG or space game? Excited for your next product I can purchase? I appreciate that. I'm still working. I will work on Breath of Thunder. I'm waiting for the right time for that. I'm still. I created a framework for RPGs, and so I can make Breath of Thunder. Basically, I just need to do the map building and the side stuff, but all the programming is done. But I need to fine-tune it specifically for Breath of Thunder, because every RPG has its own specific requirements. So I have to fine-tune that and then do some optimizing as well. And of course, building all the environments, that takes time. And then I have to do the character graphics, and that takes time. So I need to wait until I've got a game that's selling well enough to fund me for a few months. So I can't really work on Breath of Thunder until I get a few more games out. The space game, you're probably talking about Galaxy Drifter. I can finish that pretty quickly, but the next games that I get out, I want to have a certain kind of impact, because there's thousands of people following me now on YouTube, which I didn't have before. It used to be just like a handful of us hanging out. And I'm so grateful, but now that there's so many people following me, I need to make sure that my next games are substantial, you know what I mean? And Galaxy Drifter is a smaller, it's like a niche, sort of fun niche thing. I just need to go to display toggle. Here we go. This is the kind of content I want to see. Well, I'm glad you're here to hang out. Okay, so I need to open my notes. I've got my notes off screen. I'm gonna show you. Okay, I'm gonna bring my notebook over and I'll show you something, why I have to be careful which projects I pick, because I'm constantly coming up with new concepts for game development. But the problem is some of those concepts are they're just so weird and so niche. And I'm just gonna randomly scroll through. I'm just double checking there's no spoilers for Silver Falls. So what kind of monster we're doing? The game I'm working on is called Snowmon Keeper, and it is it's all like Snowmen. If you were playing like a Pokemon game or a Digimon game, but every monster was snow based, and that's Snowmon Keeper. So I'm gonna bring this over and I'll just show you why I have to spend time building my game concepts, because I'm constantly writing new game concepts, and then I have to spend a few weeks deciding, wait, is this idea too weird? So I'm just gonna go Snowkeeper Ranch. This one was a troll idea. I was gonna make a racing game where the horses are facing the wrong direction and walking, and I was gonna launch it the same day as Assassin's Creed, just for free, like an online thing, just to be funny. I don't want to waste my time. There's like a couple digital pet battling games that I want to make. 4 hours of watching paint dry. I do actually want to make this game. It's going to be pretty funny. It's 4 real game hours of watching paint dry, and you can perform mini games to make time pass. And the idea is to watch 4 hours of paint dry as fast as possible. There's a couple gunchucks. I just wrote the name down. I was sitting thinking, what if you had a game where you had nunchucks? Like, you know how in VR you have the realistic physics? And I was thinking, what if you had nunchucks, but they were guns, and then it was very hard to hit your targets because you have to swing them around. It's a stupid idea. Can't Stop Punching, you know, it's a game where it's like, it's the opposite of what you normally do in a game. Normally you press a button to like attack or punch, but then I thought, what if your character's constantly punching and you have to not punch? It's stupid. It's stupid. There's, you know, there's top 15 cave diving disasters would be one where it's like you're trying to crawl out of a cave. There's a couple things in here. There was like Battle Chef horse hockey somewhere in here. You know, so a lot of these ideas, they're not going to be made. I write them out and then I put my ideas out and then I realize that's just too weird. People are not going to like that. So yeah. A hand-cranked PC. No, I'm steam-powered, man. I'm not that old-fashioned. I use coal, and I shovel it. And so if I step away from the computer, it's because I'm shoveling coal into my PC. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, this again, I'm using old software because I'm not that good with sculpting. I'm still early on in my sculpting journey, and I could use newer software, but I was noticing that the newer software does a lot of work for you, and it slows down your ability to learn. So I'm using older software just so I have to do more work and it allows me. It's kind of like weight training, I guess. Base jumping tycoon. Punch drunk. You have to escape the bar without causing a fight. Exactly. The idea was there's certain things where you have to not punch, and then there are things that you do have to punch, but those are limited. You know, and that's, I came up with really dumb ideas. Hey, Elenon, good to see you. So look, I'll just... And I've had an idea for like ages where I just want to make like a game where you're collecting parts and you build a battle bot and you have different chassis and you can put components on motor points. And then, you know, you hit the motor point and then it activates whatever component is on that, and then you battle bots. At some point I do want to do that, you know. It's not something that I'm really pushing on right now. What poly count threshold would you generally consider to be low poly, and so forth and so on? Comfy Wizard. That's a good question. It depends on the platform that you're creating games for. The Switch has obviously the weakest graphics processing hardware, and so low poly count for the Switch is different for something like the Xbox or the PC. Also, is your mesh skinned? Geometry, does it need to be animated or does it not need to be animated? For example, something like if I were to make a 3D model of a PSP, it does not need to be a skinned mesh. It doesn't need to be animated. So it can be like, say this was 30,000 polygons, right? So if I had 30,000 polygons of something that is not skinned, it's just a static mesh. And then if I had something like a human hand, and the human hand was 30,000 polygons, this is more expensive to render because it has to be able to transform the mesh. So even though they're both 30,000, this is more expensive. Because this doesn't animate, it's a static mesh, then it is cheaper to draw. So it depends on your geometry as well. But on the Switch, I try to keep my monsters, if I can keep them around 20 to 30, but it also depends. There are certain monsters I know that if I keep them, there's certain monsters where I know like, oh, only 1 or 2 enemies would show up at a time because this is a big monster. Then you can have it higher poly count. But if it's an enemy that you know needs to appear in high numbers, then you need to keep them in lower poly counts. Okay, oops, 1 second here. My other computer isn't plugged in. I just need a second here. We good? Okay, plugged in. I'm getting kind of... I'm getting tangled up here. Okay, hold on. I'm sort of tangled. Okay. All right, and we're back. Okay. Your videos are very funny. Oh, thanks. Look, I don't want to be a YouTuber. I'm a full-time games developer, and I'm only making more YouTube videos now because people said they were having fun and they really liked my videos, so that's why I'm doing them. So I'm having to split my attention and my time now between making the videos and working on my games. And I don't begrudge that because I'm having fun hanging out with you guys. So I don't think of myself as a YouTuber. I am just a normal dude. I make video games for a living, and it just so happens that I make YouTube video games because it's fun. We're having fun hanging out, and that's why I'm here. So I'm not a YouTuber. I just happen to make YouTube videos. It's the same way where I cook food, right? Like, you have to cook food for yourself or you'll starve to death. I mean, or you can just go get fast food or whatever. I cook food, right? That doesn't make me a chef. Just because I cook food doesn't mean I'm a chef. I can, you know, change the oil in my car. I can make electronic repairs on circuit boards. That doesn't mean I'm a mechanic. That doesn't mean I'm an electrician, you know. Just because you make a YouTube video doesn't mean that you're a YouTuber. And just because you cook food doesn't make you a chef. It's really about your intent, your intention. So I'm just looking at my species here. Oh man, okay. I was doing my documents, my database documents on my my Microsoft Surface, and I don't have that. So I'm going to use my brain power, and I'm just going to remember. We're going to start sculpting now. It's not your fault, you're funny. Sorry if I'm missing stuff in the chat. I've got multiple screens here. Okay, so what we're going to do, actually, hold on. Oops. All right. We're going to start sculpting. Okay. So, I need to remember I have multiple keyboards here. That's why my attention is split. So I'm using a Wacom Intuos 4, and I didn't flip it over just to look at the model number. No, I did. So I sometimes forget. This is an Intuos 4, and the reason why I really like this model, it's older, but it has a control wheel. You can see as I spin this wheel, you can do things like you can zoom in and out. You can cycle through layers. You can change the brush size. Watch, I'll hold the brush size over this, and then I'll spin the wheel. You can see that changes the brush size. So the control wheel really does it for me here. And you can see you can customize. There's a little LCD screen here. You can customize what each of the buttons do. Yeah. So I'm just going to use the grab tool for now. Let's see here. So is anyone in the chat a fan of, say, like Tamagotchi and Digimon? This looks like Spore, but more advanced. I've always wanted to play Spore. That looks like something I would really... Here's the thing. I'm going to be honest with you, right? I have a hard time with games where you can draw because, you know, in my videos I come across very professionally, right? But I'm literally just a dude, and I'm going to draw male body parts. If it's a game where you can draw something, I'm just going to be honest, I'll say it. That's what it is. That's what I'm going to draw. You know, in the DS era, there was games where you could draw like Drawn to Life. In the PS2, we had Magic Pengel or Pengel or however you said it. And it was just me and my friends sitting around drawing male body parts in video games, just laughing our butts off. So when you're in a situation like this, you have to make decisions. You have to determine what you're going to do. So I'm creating the starting base creature that you raise. So it's going to be called Snowball. It's literally just a snowball. But here's the thing, like, it's got to have a mouth, right? So, okay. Let's see, draw. That's a sweet digitizer. Digital tablets are so fun. Oh man. And they're significantly cheaper these days than they used to be. Let me try and catch up with the chat. We all wanted to play Spore until we played Spore. Oh, I kind of heard it was something about it was sort of disappointing. Was that it? What was wrong with it? Let's see, let's scroll. Spore is very popular for drawing things like that. Yeah, I have a tough time because I never play the game correctly. I never play it properly. We miss the fun and lighthearted yet intelligent content. Well, that's you know, I want games to be lighthearted and fun, and then certain games you just want moments of, you know, you can have seriousness. Okay, so we are going, is it Alt? Yeah. let's go ahead and just give him a mouth that we can animate. You can use blend shapes. It's a whole situation. You can use blend shapes to animate the mouth. I think I'm just going to use bone animation though. You can see along your line of symmetry, things can get really jacked up very easily. So you just need to keep an eye on that. And I'm just going to use the reduce brush. So I'll use the reduce, and then the smooth tool afterward. Brush size. Promised too much of it. The idea was much better than execution. Ah, that's a shame. Well, you know, another developer can always try again with that concept smooth. Hello everyone, hi. Hello Moonfixer. Okay, there we go. So I fixed my symmetry line and we're going back to the draw tool. If you hold Alt, it kind of inverts the effect of the tool. So I'm holding Alt here to push in on that. You know what always gets me is seeing, say for example, like if you play Smash Bros and you look, or a Kirby game, you know, and you see the animations, the expressive and the non, I guess I can say like the non-jacked up way that Kirby animates is so impressive, because when you have to animate face shapes like this, you realize it's not easy to do that. There's so much that can go wrong. Things can look jacked up really easily. So the fact that, you know, Jigglypuff and Kirby animate so well in Smash, it just, you know, it really impresses me. You haven't seen Sculptors in forever. Yeah, it's I'm using it because it's simpler. It does enough to help me, but it doesn't too much. It doesn't do too much. And I was using newer software, and I could tell I wasn't learning as well with the newer software because it was doing too much for me. So I'm using this because I'm still trying to improve as much as I can when it comes to 3D sculpting. I'm not a full-time 3D sculptor. Because I'm a solo developer, I do everything myself. So I need to make sure that when I'm doing a task, I need to learn as much as I can and improve as much as I can on each task as well. I'm going to use the grab tool now. I'm going to see if that's enough. I need to make sure there's enough in here, you know. Well, what's your PC specs? You know, honestly, I don't really pay attention to my specs. The core machine I use for development, you know, I don't know. It says GeForce GTX. It's got 16 gigabytes of RAM. I don't have a dedicated PC for playing games because any PC that I have set up is set up for game development, and game development takes up so much space, and then your projects for games take up so much space. I have a GPD Win Max for gaming, but it's not super strong, so it's pretty limited in what you can do. Okay, I'm gonna go in there and just try and grab his mouth and then just drag it back, and hopefully I don't mess up anything. Which newer software did you use? ZBrush, and then I've tried Blender, but I didn't really... Blender's interface just doesn't click with me. It's because I've used certain other software and I expect interfaces to work a certain way. So learning Blender would take more time for me, and I just don't have the time for that. So at some point in the future, I would like to learn Blender. Do you use mouse and keyboard or tablet? I'm using a Wacom Intuos 4. I have Cintiq tablets, the ones with the screens inside. I mostly use that for line art and coloring. Because that one doesn't have a wheel. It would be so great if the Cintiq had this wheel, but this control wheel here, it's so fantastic. You know, for example, I'm spinning the wheel and you can see it's changing the brush size. I didn't want to come off as judgmental, dude. I just have not seen the software. No, that's fine. Yeah, it's all good. Can you download this from Pixel Logic? I think the download is not available from their website anymore, but you can get it from other sites, you know, sites that redistribute this sort of software, not like, you know, janky piracy sites, because this was always free, you know, so it's not like you have to go to a piracy website. Bad Dragon, hey, I really appreciate that, thank you. Hope you're doing well. I have extra Steam keys for RPG Maker XP, VX Ace, MV Pixel Maker, Game Maker to give away. Can I DM to you? Yeah, that would be awesome. Oh, that'd be great. We could give that out to people. Well, you can DM me on Discord. I'll just type my username. It's just my name in Discord. I really appreciate that. Thank you. XP pen tablets come with a separate controller with dial wheel. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Dial wheels are underrated, man. They're so underrated. So here's the thing, right? I have to make a decision. I have to decide if I'm going to make just one eyeball geometry and then reuse that, because it would save time. And if you were like penny pinching for memory and polygons, then you would use like one geometry and just reuse it between your models. And I'm trying to think what's the best way to save myself a bunch of time. Because here's the thing, I could just create one eyeball and then use the one geometry for the eyeball in engine. Okay, let's try and inflate the lips a little. So you can put the eyeballs here, but then it becomes a matter of you're going to have to keep creating more eyeballs every time you create a new character. And I think I'm going to create one eyeball and just reuse it in engine. Okay. You know what mouth animation shapes I really like are Wallace and Gromit. Something about the way they animate the mouths, you know? It's just cute. So I'm going to save that. I'm just going to start reducing the inside of the mouth because you should keep your poly count low, you know, if you care about performance. And just shave the polygons from places where you don't need them, where the player won't really be seeing them. But, you know, you have to keep in mind the inside will be animated as well. I'm going to rig this up with bones, so I'll have a bone here, probably a midpoint, and then the end as well, so I can have different facial expressions. But this will be the first stage. You know, like in a virtual pet, you have to have your first stage. Let's see here, let's just start reducing these. You can see just here, it's at 6,000 polygons, which is huge. I tend to have higher poly counts, and then later on, I will I'll just make it lower poly count later on. Okay. We'll just leave them smooth like that. I was going to ask if you were going to make a Cyclops. There could be. In my current database, I'm launching the game with a limited raw. I think there's only going to be like 16 different creatures that you can have that are different, but there are variations as well. But there could be a Cyclops in the future, but I don't have one yet. How long does it take you to optimize a single model? It depends on the model. Some are like, this is so simple. This will take a couple seconds to optimize, you know. Whereas something that's more complex, like we'll make, you know, later on, it takes a little bit longer. Are you going to give it big teeth? Not this one. This one's a baby, right? This is basically done, but we need to create an eyeball. So we'll create an eyeball for them, and then that's the one we will reuse for basically everyone. So let's just create a new sphere, new object. This is so fun. So there's an element, all of this is, you need to keep in mind that you are not actually creating something. When you make a sculpture, when you write something, when you create a video game, if you do a poem, a drawing, you are not actually creating the thing that you are expressing. You are merely expressing the idea of it. You are creating something that basically only exists because other people view it. So what you are creating is communication. You are communicating something to other people and they are experiencing it. So you have to understand that. If you don't understand that, you end up getting caught up in details that don't matter, and you end up most likely failing to express the thing that you're trying to express. I am not actually creating a creature. I am creating something that expresses the idea of a creature. And it only exists because you guys view it. If you don't view it, then it basically has no existence and has no point in existing. And so what I'm doing is using visual cues that people will understand and identify. You know that this is supposed to be an eyeball. You know that this is supposed to be a mouth. It's not a mouth. This is a mouth, right? this on screen is not a mouth, but it's expressing the idea of a mouth through visual cues which the viewer understands and identifies. If I showed this to a dog wouldn't understand that. A dog wouldn't know that's a mouth. But because we, as creators, understand how people view and understand art, we know that people will understand that's a mouth. I hope you understand the point I'm trying to make here. Is that you're not actually making the thing you're expressing. You are merely expressing the idea of something. I'm just trying to, like, flatten this eyeball. Well, let's just go inside here for a second. Is the software free? Yes. Yes. You know what? I'm just going to go online and I'll just see if I can search it up. There is a website you can download it safely from for free. Sculptress free download. What I like about this, again, it's discontinued. But it's very easy to use because it doesn't get in your way and it does enough to help you, and it can produce models that are absolutely appropriate for game development. Softonic, this is a pretty safe website. This is normally where I download it from. So Sculptress free download, Softonic. I'll put the link in the description. This is where I download it from. And oh, it's a different. Sorry, can you Google it? Because it's on a different computer, so I cannot paste this into the chat. Mouth police over here. Sculptress. Okay, so I'm going to drink some coffee, but I'm going to mute the microphone because I know that there's some people that really dislike the sound of that. Bad Dragonite, I really appreciate that. Let's find some people to give those codes away to. Thanks for that. That's really cool of you. Parts of it were incorporated into ZBrush after it was made. Yeah, ZBrush is fantastic. And if you need the power of ZBrush, then absolutely. But if you learn how to use Sculptress, then you can use ZBrush. It's much faster to learn ZBrush because the fundamentals are very similar. Okay. See, I've sort of, okay. I want to smoothen this out now. And so my capture card isn't the best quality capture card, right? And I think it's funny because there's a couple milliseconds of input delay in the capture card that I'm using, and I kind of think of it as like if I had like an anime power, if you had a, let me click on this. If I had a stand or like a Shikai, you know, a Shikai that has a special ability, my special ability would be to give someone else a couple milliseconds of input delay, so it makes them miss their attacks. I just thought it'd be funny. So, okay. And what we want to do now is just kind of make it bigger. So we're going to smoothen this out here. And again, I'm going to rely on visual cues that I know that are kind of, we understand. We're people. We understand things from a certain, like, we all agree on certain things to a certain point, and that is why art works. Where's the scale tool? Here we go. Hey, hi Peter, how's it going? I'm sorry if I'm having a hard time keeping up with the chat. It's so difficult to do the 3D sculpting, and then I'm trying to chat with you guys. All right, David, good to see a fellow normal human being in there. Okay, are the eyes going to be pebbles or actual eyes? You know, the idea, because this game is meant to be like snow, right? It's snow themed, it's winter themed. I want them to kind of be reminiscent of coal, and that is why I'm not making them look specifically like eyeballs. I'm making them look like coal, and I'm gonna make them huge because this thing's supposed to be a baby, right? This is the baby form that might be. I'm just kind of looking at them. It might be a little too big. We're gonna wind that down. Why do you need a capture card? You can just use your PC and OBS to stream. No, you can, but OBS is quite demanding when it comes to the CPU and RAM, and then the sculpting software is very demanding on the CPU, And so it can cause OBS to freak out. And I was doing that before. I was running Sculptress and OBS, and then there were times where my computer seemed like it was going to blast off into outer space. And then, yeah, so that's why I'm running Sculptress on a different computer. Hi, Peter. Wow, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate the videos and your effort to be human. Take your time with chat. We really appreciate you. I'm basically here because of you guys, and it's just been so fun to hang out. And so I'm really grateful that you guys are here. So here's the thing, right? This is, to me, this is where I want it to be. But you can still do things like you can move the eyes up and see what you think. He's a little too bug-eyed, so we're gonna slide it back. You know, and this is where you take the time to decide what looks right. See, I don't really like that. I kind of like where it was before, you know. Working with the scale and angle. OBS is very finicky. OBS works, and I don't want to push it too far. Thank you for the information. Yeah, of course, any questions, just let me know. Blonder Studios. Hey, I found your channel from your video where you explained why bad games fail, and I really like your YouTube channel and style of vids. I appreciate that. Thank you. I really do appreciate that. Okay, so this is basically finished. Like, you don't need to overdo it, right? When you're early on in your game development career and journey, you might think, oh, things need to be absolutely perfect, and I just need to, you know, everything needs to be absolutely right. I need to spend more time on it. You need to spend just the right amount of time on it. If you spend too much time on something, you end up falling farther and farther behind schedule. A couple years ago, I had 10 months to produce 7 final games for Nintendo, for the 3DS and Wii U. And I promised them, I said, you know, I'd made a deal with them, and there's only a limited amount that I can talk about that. But I basically said to Nintendo, people are really upset about the 3DS and the eShop closing, and it's not good optics. And so I discussed with them, and I have to keep this, I have to be careful about what I say. But I basically said, like, there's an opportunity for us to bring some positivity to the people that are really upset by the 3DS and Wii U eShops closing. And we worked out a deal, and I just have to be really careful about what I talk about. But basically, I said, hey, I've got a number of games that are partially finished, and if I just have a couple months, if you can give me some time, I'll make some final games, and I'll keep them exclusive to 3DS and Wii U. And so we did. I worked with Nintendo on that, and I launched the final games for the 3DS and Wii U. And it was brutal. It was the most brutal workload of my life, and I was working 120 hours a week, and then when that wasn't enough, I had to crank it up to 130 hours, and then I had to collaborate with Nintendo in their offices in a different time zone. So there were a number of days in a row where I pulled multiple all-nighters to get these games done. And in the end, I couldn't finish one of the games, and I was really disappointed. But one of the games that I launched was 2 full complete games in one. So it was still, you know, 7 games. Are you making scary monster or cute monsters? These are going to be cute. This guy's adorable. This is a virtual pet battling game. It's kind of like a Digimon, right? But instead of having just like a couple Digimon, it's like 70 or 80 of them. And then enemies will raid your ranch, and then all of your Snowmon go out and fight them. What a cool stream. Hope to see more of these. Yeah, we can make these, you know, common and regular. It's fun. I just have to find tasks where I can split my focus between the work and then hanging out with you guys. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to export this as just an OBJ. This is Snowball. And I'm trying to remember the next thing. I know what comes next. Okay. And then we'll put this out into engine. He's going to have a snow texture, and his eyes are going to look like coal. Again, this is a virtual pet battling game that is winter themed. So it's the idea of what if all of the Digimon or what if all of the Pokemon were snow themed? And I thought that'd be fun. It's going to be PSP Homebrew because I've been wanting to make more PSP games really badly. I could make a DS version. I could make a Game Boy Color version. When you make assets like this, if you know that you want to target multiple platforms, then you can implement a workflow where you can create it in a way where you can retarget stuff. And if people want it on modern platforms, I can as well. It's because I'm making the assets in high quality that I can do that. So the second stage, this guy, I'm not going to say evolve, like that's not the right word, right? But he's going to, I mean, he's not digivolve, is it? You know, it's, you know. Can you just pick a cartridge and overwrite it? Yes and no. I don't have the flashers with me, but if you buy reproduction cartridges, modern reproduction cartridges generally come out of China, and they're very good because some platforms you can purchase a flasher and you can overwrite the cartridges. So I can, in my studio right now, I can produce Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Advance, PSP, and N64 cartridges. I could potentially, oh, and Game Gear. I can write Game Gear cartridges as well. I could potentially get hardware to write links. We'll just see. Oh, is this a Snowmon you talked about on the Christmas video? Yes, yes, this is it. So we're going to make his second form, which is Snow Lad. Okay. If I can just like, okay, front, and then we'll just raise him up a little bit, and then we're going to add a new sphere. A new sphere, add object. Snow Duo, Snowman. Yeah, Snow Duo could be like a two-headed guy. Like, this is, I mean, I absolutely love this thing. I work on games that I feel passionate, that I absolutely love. Things that make me laugh. Like, if I don't laugh while I'm working on a game, then I'm gonna stop working on that game. I have a number of projects where I just didn't finish them. Like, I'd get like 50 or 60% through. I would learn what I can, you know. Every project that you work on is an opportunity to learn and get better. So that is how I view my work, is it's an opportunity for me to keep improving and learning more. But I have dozens of projects that I won't finish because I wasn't having fun while making them. And that's my gauge, is if I'm not having fun making this, then most likely people will not have fun playing it. And when I'm working on designs like this, like if I'm working on it and the designs make me laugh, then it's my feeling as a gamer where I think, oh yeah, people are gonna like this. I think this is funny. I think it's hilarious. That's the kind of project where I feel I have to keep working on this because people will enjoy it. And not everyone will like the same things that you like, you know? And that's just how it is. We all have different tastes. But I know that if I like it, then at least somewhere out there, someone's most likely going to enjoy it. And let's consider our proportions, right? Now the eyes need to be smaller in comparison to the rest of the body, because he's no longer a snowball, he's a snow lad, right? Let's just shrink the eyes a little. Well, but he's still a kid though, right? He's a little like Cattywump is going, hey, Phantom GB, good to see you. Hey, first time here on stream, Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's, good to see you. What's up, Doc? You know, what's up? Oh, that's good. Is it feasible to make games solo and sell them? Absolutely. There's thousands of people out there that work solo and they're able to sell their games. All of my commercial games have been made solo. I've lost track. I don't keep track. But I've shipped commercial titles on mobile platforms, 3DS, Wii U, and Switch. Okay, let's just scale. Okay, so we need to express, again, this is all about expressing the idea of something. We need to express the idea of mass. So you see how his face has the shape because it feels like there's mass that sort of pools around the bottom. So we're going to do that for his torso, his abdomen. Oh, let me mute the audio for a second here for the gross gulping sound. Okay. Hey, Jason, good to see you. Guys, Jason in the comment section was basically like, when I launched my first 3DS game, 3 Down Sour, that was my first console commercial title, there was like 5 people in the world that supported me. I received a number of negative reviews that just destroyed my game, just obliterated it. And there were 5 people in the world that were supporting me. And Jason was one of those people. And I was thinking like, well, I made a game and these websites reviewed it and they just destroyed it. And I thought like, I guess I won't be able to make the games that I want. And there were 5 people in the world that were saying, no, man, I really love this. I see your vision. I see what you're trying to do. Please don't stop making Silver Falls. So Jason was one of 5 people that was cheering me on for like 10 months when these reviewers were just making fun of me and destroying my game. And so I just kept improving and updating my game with patches. And now there's, again, I don't keep track because I don't like keeping track of what I've done. I just want to keep working on my next thing. Is there like 9 commercial Silver Falls games that have shipped? And then there's probably like 4 or 5 free homebrew Silver Falls games. How long before the inevitable collab with Thor? Who's Thor? Oh, is that, do you mean the guy from Pirate Software? I have heard of him. I don't know him personally. And then we also want to give that. Nope. We need to like, hold on. We need to like drag this part down a little bit, right? I want this to be like lumpy. G'day Stony Rivers, hello. Who are gaming content creators you enjoy to watch? I don't watch, oh, what do you mean, like, who play games? I honestly don't watch that much about games because game development is my job, and when I'm not doing game development, I don't want to look at video games. I want nothing to do with it. Unless I'm playing a game that I really like. It's kind of, think about your job, right? Even if it's something you really love, if it's something you really enjoy, when you're done with work, do you want to keep looking at the exact same topic as your work? It's a little bit like that for me. So let's give, you know what? Let's give him a little bit of a belly. Here, we'll bring that up a bit. Such a chill vibe. Hope you all are staying lifted. Hey, good to see you. Do you think Nintendo will ever release your port old games to modern platforms, Etheris Fox? So it's not up to Nintendo for that. It's actually for me to do that. And it would take a significant amount of work, and I have had a lot of people asking me to release my older titles on the Switch. And I am working on that. The reason why I haven't just ported them is I really dislike ports. As a gamer, anything that I work on as a developer, I think of it as a gamer. And I think, is this lame? Does it suck? And just porting stuff sucks to me. Unless it's something like, you know, a Game Boy game or an NES game, you know, I want those things to be faithful. But the games that I've created on the 3DS, they were held back because of the hardware. And if just porting them would suck, that would be so lame. And so I'm doing remasters of my older titles, and that takes a huge amount of work. And I am working on that right now. I am remastering my Silver Falls games. Okay, so how do I make this? He's kind of like weird looking. Well, that makes gaming content in general, like news, gameplay, rants, and fun stuff. There's a few. I don't, hold on. Here's the thing. You're asking me to access my memory banks, and it's hard to do. It's hard to multitask when I'm already doing this. So. See, I don't think about, YouTube serves everything to me because of the algorithm, so it's not like I have to remember things and then, you know, go out and then search those things out. Okay, let's just make sure he's adorable. Okay. See, I'm off the top of my head, I can't think of, oh, I watch Arlo. There we go. Spawnwave, Arlo. But that's, you know, if it shows up in my feed. But most of the time, if I'm not working on games, and I'm stepping away from games, you know. Okay, we're gonna smoothen him out. And I think we're gonna give him 2 cute little snowball arms. only because people thrive monetarily on it, but companies are starting to feel hurt by their own policy employee. What about preserving your library in places like GOG? I'm not really sure how that applies to 3DS games, because you have to access my older titles on 3DS and Wii U, and my Jason, I hope you can do some of them on Switch too, especially the Wii U title, White Inside Its Umbra. Guys, White Inside Its Umbra is the craziest video game. Silver Falls White Inside Its Umbra is the very final title for Wii U, and it's insane. Like, I love the Wii U, and I wanted to make, to me, what was like my dream Wii U game. And so I used the gamepad in ways where, and again, I have to be very careful because I can't talk that much about my dealings with Nintendo because of NDA, but it was the impression from Nintendo when I was trying to do things with Silver Falls White Inside Its Umbra, and the impression for them was like, whoa, dude, whoa. Like one feature that I had to cut from White Inside Its Umbra, like the core feeling that I wanted from White Inside Its Umbra was that you felt like you were there in the world. So with White Inside Its Umbra, on the Wii U, you had the gamepad, right? You have your Wii U gamepad and you have your Wii remote. And your Wii remote was a flashlight. So you were investigating the mountains at night. You had to use your flashlight, but it wasn't just a flashlight. It was a smart device. It was called a satellite. And your Wii U gamepad was treated as like a smartphone or a tablet inside the world. So it felt like you were there in the world because you were holding your smartphone. There was a bunch of apps on there that you could use to help you. It wasn't just things like GPS. There were certain enemies in Silver Falls White Inside Its Umbra that were invisible to the naked eye. But if you heard them, then you could open the camera app, and then you have to look around. And you have to see the enemy using the camera because the camera can pick up the enemy. And then you had to use your Wii remote to aim the gun. And so you're looking around, right? And it's vertical. It's limited perspective. You find the enemy, you shoot it, but then there were parts of the games where other enemies would sneak up on you. So you're using your smart device, you're looking for the invisible enemy, you shoot it, and then you think, oh, I got him. You look back on the screen, and then another enemy jumps at you because you didn't realize another one was approaching you. And then I combined that with the balance board. The game features the balance board. And there were moments during testing where people were falling off the balance board because they got so startled. They're looking around for the enemy, they shoot it, they look back up the screen, they realize another enemy just jumped on them, and so they would step back and fall off the balance board and get hurt. And I had to take that out of the story mode because of things like that. I think there were moments where people were looking up and then they got scared and they would drop the Wii U gamepad. There were parts of the game that were so effective. There were other things as well. For example, if you got text messages on your device, if the volume, so you have physical volume control on your gamepad, if there are enemies nearby that you're trying to sneak past, so say there's an enemy there and you know that you don't have enough ammo to deal with him, and you think, oh, I'll just sneak past him, I'll turn my flashlight off, I'll sneak past him. You could get a text message on your gamepad and it will alert the enemy in-game. So what you have to do is actually turn the volume off on your gamepad in real life so that when you get a text message, the enemies won't hear you. And it was things like that. It was so fun. I just wanted to make a game that took full advantage of the unique features of the Wii U. And that was Silver Falls White Inside Its Umbra. It was crazy. That game should have been impossible. And I worked 120 hours a week on that one, and I made that game within 6 weeks, and it felt impossible. And it was so hard to get that approved by Nintendo because the game itself was so... It was pushing the boundaries of what was safe with the hardware, you know? It feels like using a real tablet, yeah. And it's just immersive. It's so immersive. And to me, it was the opportunity to just spend time in the world of Silver Falls, to hang out with the characters. And it was so fun. And in White Inside Its Umbra, so if you run out of ammunition, right? You know how I said your Wii remote? I don't have a Wii remote, but I have this plastic harmonica that somebody gave to me as a joke. So this is the Wii remote now. If you ran out of ammunition, you could use an app, and then it turns your Wii remote into a metal detector, and you actually have to aim your Wii remote around the environment, and you could find ammunition that was just dropped and left sitting in the environment. So you turn on your metal detector, and then you can find ammunition. But you have limited battery power for your satellite, which is your Wii remote, and you also have limited battery power for your tablet. And if you ran out of ammunition totally, there is an IR blaster, an infrared blaster, and you can turn that on. So you use the app, you change this to infrared blaster mode, and you can actually deter enemies. And if you hit them with enough infrared blaster, they'll get deterred and then they'll just run off completely. But it drains your battery extremely fast. So there's a couple different ways that you can deal with enemies as well. If you ended up using too much of your Wii Remote battery, you can actually wirelessly transmit power from the gamepad to the Wii Remote. So you go into the app and you say, oh, I want to transfer power, and then you can flip that over. So it's a lot of resource management. It's very much a survival horror game, and there were no save points. And that's because when you get a save point, you feel safe and you think, oh, I can mess around a little bit. But I wanted this game, White Inside Its Umbra, to feel like you've got one shot, and if you make a mistake, you're screwed. And it changes the entire game if you have save points, because it means, oh, I need to make it long, I need to stretch it out. But this was a game where I wanted people to play it through one sitting. It's just one focused playthrough, and if you made a mistake, you learn from it, and then you start over again. And that was like, this is the most exciting game I could think of. And it's stuck on the Wii U. Hey, GhostX, how you going? Good to see you. I really appreciate that, thank you. I think that plot element you were describing from Stranger Things is called dramatic irony. Stories that overuse amnesia as a plot device are trying to exploit that element. That's interesting. It's dramatic irony, but it's a little bit more than that. I think of it as a puzzle piece, and that all the characters are off collecting different puzzle pieces, and each group needs the puzzle pieces that the other characters are collecting in order to form the final solution. And that is so exciting because they do it in a way that is reminiscent of like Scooby-Doo, but it's like a better Scooby-Doo. You know, Scooby-Doo keeps you in the dark, basically. But with Stranger Things, it's done in a way where it pushes the audience to feel a certain way, in a good way. It's not like heavy-handed, but it makes the audience feel like, oh man, if only Jonathan and Nancy knew what those guys knew. Oh, if only Hopper and Joyce knew what Jonathan and Nancy knew. And then there's the penultimate episode where everyone comes together and they share the information, and it's this massive sigh of relief. It's so exciting. I really enjoy that. The later seasons in Stranger Things, I know people are disappointed with that because the writing changes a fair bit. Certain characters are changed a fair bit. Let's see. Let's give them little arms, why don't we? Add object. You got your trusty Whomping Stick too. Yeah, there were melee items you could use in White Inside Its Umbra as well. I would definitely enjoy playing that. Look, if people can find an unofficial way, if you can find a way to download the ROM on your Wii U, my feelings won't be hurt, man. If you can enjoy the game, that's what I want. You know, I cannot endorse piracy. I cannot endorse people that enable homebrew on their Wii U's. I cannot, but I'm cool with it, man. You know, I'm cool. Please type out the name of your game so I can look it up on the Wii. I'll type it out. I wouldn't waste a wish, but if I could use a wish, it would be that people could still get White Inside Its Umbra on Wii U and Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers on the 3DS, because those are the two games I'm most proud of. Hey, Phantom GB, thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that. Thanks for showing me a sculpting program I didn't know about till now. I'm going to try that. This is so fun to use. It's so satisfying. You don't need... I'm using a drawing tablet, but you don't need a drawing tablet. You can just use a mouse. But drawing tablets, again, they're not expensive these days. And they have pressure sensitivity as well, which is nice. The game goes so hard. I went maximum, basically, I suppose the technical term would be balls out when I did White Inside Its Umbra. And so there isn't just a story mode to White Inside Its Umbra. There's a light gun shooter mode, and unfortunately there's a glitch, so you can't access the last level. And it was because I had 6 weeks to make the game. Something happened, I couldn't roll out the final update, but you can play like 95% of the light gun shooter mode, and it's an RPG. It's a light gun shooter mode, like an old style arcade light gun shooter with RPG elements. So there's a ton of different characters. They all have different abilities. There is a massive amount of weapons. So when you complete missions, you earn weapons. They can have random skills attached. You can add skills to the weapons. You can upgrade your weapons. I think the roster is like 18 characters. So here's how Silver Falls works. If you haven't played the Silver Falls games, if you own a Silver Falls game, you can connect it to other Silver Falls games using something called the Code Linker, and that allows playable characters and sometimes monsters to cross over from one game into another. So characters, if you have a favorite protagonist from one of the Silver Falls games, they can be playable in White Inside Its Umbra if you connect the games together. And having a light gun arcade shooter mode with RPG elements is basically, that's my dream Wii and Wii U game. And so that's what I did with White Inside Its Umbra. So it has a massive light gun RPG mode, and it has a huge story mode. So that's Silver Falls White Inside Its Umbra. Are you also composing music for your game? Yes, all the music. Can you hear the music now? All this music is my music, so I do all the music myself. The only thing I don't do myself is when I use assets that are made by artists that specialize in something like trees. If I were to try to do like trees and bushes, that would take me months to do something where there's artists that specialize in creating, trees and bushes. And so I purchase foliage and things like that. But when it comes to anything that's bespoke and important, then I do all of that myself. The character graphics and the UI, all the programming. I used to mess around in VR with something like that. That'd be fun to do 3D sculpting in VR. Oh, that'd be really cool. So I'm just trying to get the right hand shape, you know what I mean? That's what's great about Sculpture, is that it really knows how to globally play with the topology resolutions in ways that won't kill your computer. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Absolutely. And again, I like that the software doesn't do too much to help, because it's a bit like weighted training. Like when you want to build muscle, then you lift weights, right? If you use the very best software that does a ton of things for you, then you don't learn as fast. And I've used newer software, and I noticed that I wasn't learning as fast or as much because the software was doing too much to help me. So I'm using Sculptress. Oh. Hey, Camidrian, am I saying that right? Good to see you. I hope there are younger and brighter lads like me listening to this modern day gentleman genius. Hey, welcome. I'm not a genius. I'm just a normal... I'm not that smart. One of my life philosophies is to understand your weaknesses, because if you understand your weaknesses, you know where you can improve. You know where you can get stronger. Like if you have little toothpick arms, right, and you want to get stronger, if you do not understand that you have little toothpick arms, then you won't be able to get stronger, because you'll think, oh, I've got big, strong, tough arms. I don't need to lift weights. So in that regard, you have to understand your weaknesses so that you can improve, but also so you can identify your strengths as well. And you need to push yourself where your strengths are, and where your weaknesses are, you need to find ways where you can to make up for that, where you can cover for your weaknesses. I'm not that smart, right? So there are times where I just have to brute force my way through tasks by finding solutions that maybe there are things that I don't understand, right? And so I'll solve a problem using approaches where I do understand. And this, because of this philosophy I have, where you just identify and understand your weaknesses, if you do that, then you can get around a problem faster. Because if you do not understand what your weaknesses are, you'll keep trying the exact same thing over and over again, and you'll keep failing and making the same mistakes over and over again. I know that I'm not that smart, so that means that I have to find solutions that I'm able to understand. And because of that, I'm able to solve problems pretty quickly. Not because I'm smart enough to solve the problem, but because I understand that I don't understand. Do you get what I'm saying? Toxic positivity is the enemy. Yeah, it's sort of delusion, right? It's a sort of delusion. Phantom GB, hey Jerrel, it's fun hanging out. I have some of my own work to do. Glad I could catch you on the live for a bit. Good to see you. Thanks for coming to hang out. I'll catch up on your channel. I saw you uploaded a video, but was it yesterday or today? I think it was yesterday, but I haven't had a chance yet. But I'll catch up on that. Take care, Phantom GB. I'll see you. Sounds to me like some emotional baggage you have is getting in the way of your progress. Take some time to work on your grief, blame, and fear. Well, everyone has that. Everyone deals with that stuff in their own time. Everyone's got their own things to deal with. And you pick up more. You pick up more baggage as you get older. There are times where you'll finally get time to offload some of that, and then later on you'll just pick up more. And that's normal for everyone, you know. And that's not a big deal. That's just part of life. Hold on, I need to move this. I'm sort of a little too close to the body here. There we go. That seems a bit out there for what I said. Let me scroll up on the chat. Oh, I could use some advice. I went to an art school, and in between COVID, 3D printing, and AI, pretty much all of my ideal jobs are gone. I'm stuck working manual labor and have no passion left. Well, think about what you want. What do you want? And sometimes it takes a while to really identify that. But you have to think about what you want. And when you know what you want, look for a road that will lead to that destination. What I want is, I want to make games for people. I want to give people something that they can believe in. I want to give people something that will give them a sense of inspiration and excitement. I want to give people something that will make them want to see more about the world. I want to give people something that will make them want to live, you know? That's what I want. I want to make something fun for people. And the road to that is to make games. And to make games, I have to keep improving my skills. I have to keep getting better. So that's what I want, and that is the road that I'm taking. And it's hard. Sometimes you lose sight of what you want. And sometimes you just have to tread water. This is life advice that my father figure gave me, is that sometimes all you can do is tread water. You never know if you're going to make it back to shore, but you have to try. So even if it feels like you're never going to make it back to shore, just keep treading water. Sometimes a tide will pull you farther out to ocean, but one day you may get lucky and a tide will push you back into shore. So just keep treading water. Enjoy the things that you enjoy, and just think about what you want. Think about what you want, and then find a road that'll lead you there. Lone Wolf, hi. How's it going? Jason, how you got complex games to work using 3DS Unity. Literally you and no one other person was able to do that in the entire lifespan of the 3DS. That took some major smarts and iron will. I'm stubborn. I'm stubborn, and I really wanted to make 3DS games, but I think I can talk about it now. You know, there's still a limit to what I can say, but Unity for 3DS was super broken. Everything about it was broken, and it was my only option for making games on 3DS. And I'm very stubborn. I really wanted to make 3DS games. That's one of my favorite consoles. It's so cool. I mean, 3D on a screen that doesn't need glasses, it's crazy, right? That's so cool. I don't know what's cooler than that, other than having a second screen that attaches, you know, to the TV. Look, I've spent way too much time on these little arms, but you know, when we're chatting, obviously I'm gonna work slower when we're chatting, of course. So. All right, let me just finalize the shape of his neck here. I just want to make sure, I want to make sure this is right. We will separate this. I will rig the arms separately. So we're just going to finalize the shape of his torso here. I hope I'm missing stuff in the chat, aren't I? Yeah, I'm missing. Brush size. High poly modeling, high poly is useful for sculpting because sculpting can be done faster for an artist. Absolutely. The part that's demanding is retopology. Yeah, absolutely. Lucky, there's a very good, like the reduce brush is really fantastic. And I'm sure every modern, modeling sculpting thing has it. But it's easy to take for granted the reduce brush. It does so much to help. Big Batty Gaming, thanks a lot, man. I will take it to heart. Yeah, thanks for coming to hang out. Thanks for asking that and sharing that, you know. And that's something that I still live my life by, is that advice that my father figure gave me, is sometimes you just have to keep treading water. You know what's adorable is when characters have like a little dumpy butt. This is my philosophy. It's a stupid philosophy for making a character cute, is give them a dumpy butt. And if you look at my game Silver Falls Ghoul Busters on 3DS and Switch, and I'm so proud of Ghoul Busters. I use the dumpy butt philosophy. So if you look at the characters for Silver Falls Ghoul Busters, they've all got the dumpy butt philosophy. I wonder if I can bring it up. Maybe I can bring it up. Hold on, let me see. I'll bring up my sprite sheet for that in a second. Also, scroll. Okay, hold on. Let me dumpify this guy's butt here. You have 3 3DSs. Nice. Yeah, I've got the I have the original. Obviously, I have the original because I was a huge fan. Day one, massive 3DS fan. I have the XL, the original XL. It's blue, but the analog, the circle pad broke off because I played Smash on it. And then I have the new 3DS as well. I have the new 3DS and 3DS XL. Ooh, hold on. We did this with Plasticine in school. The city I live in made Wallace and Gromit. No way! Oh, that's so cool. What a claim to fame. I love Wallace and Gromit. A junk in the trunk leads to jiggle physics. Yeah, absolutely. If I do a modern version of this game, then I can implement, jiggle physics pretty easily. It's all like, it's all pretty automated these days, that having that sort of jiggle physics stuff. You just implement the features. So it makes it a lot easier. Our size? Yeah. And let me just, like, I'm spending so much detail on these parts here that, this part doesn't matter, You know what? That's fine. This is Snow Lad. And then Snow Lad evolves into Snowman. Okay. All right. Okay. Oh, Ghost X. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Imagine a video game where espionage and tactical action are split cooperative POVs instead of hybrid, where the game's difficulty changes based on how well each side completes their missions. I like that idea. Are you considering asymmetrical gameplay where characters have different sort of tasks? Like, say for example, one is the person behind the chair. The 3DS is literally better without the top cap of the joystick. Well, see, I'm still using that 3DS because that's where I bought all my RPGs on that one, right? And you can still play RPGs, but God help you, I've played like some Smash rounds with the broken circle pad, and it's pain, man. Snowman. Okay, this is the adult form. We'll do Snowman. Well, let me export. Snow Lad. How often do you come up against serious difficulties while trying to implement features that you wanted in your games in the development phase? It depends on the platform with which you are developing. If you're developing for PC, and again, it comes down to there's a number of factors that come into it. It's one, your experience, 2, your problem-solving ability, and 3, your development environment. Those are the 3 most important aspects when it comes to that. Your experience determines how much you can implement your ideas. Your problem-solving determines how well you can use the tools that are available to you. and understanding and working with the limitation of your tools. And 3, sometimes your development environment is broken and jank, and you think something's going to work and it doesn't, and you end up wasting 2 weeks trying to implement something that doesn't work when it should, and you go online to the forums only to find out the developers have been saying, oh yeah, sorry, this is broken, it's been broken for 3 years, we haven't had time to fix it. And that's just going to happen. Sometimes your engine has broken features and the developers of the engine haven't fixed it, and they just don't care about fixing it. Sue, I really appreciate that. Thank you for that. Wow, that's really awesome. Props to your father figure. He done good. He's the coolest guy in the world. Cooler than me. I'm playing catch up here. Program easy, just smoke some herb and take a shower and boom, problem solved. So I don't know, to fully answer your question, let me get rid of these. Do I want these arms though? Right? Oh, I don't know. His adult arms, I don't know if I'm gonna give him adult arms, we'll see. It's, when I was coming up against issues where I couldn't implement something that I really wanted, it was mostly because Unity was broken and it wasn't working, even though it was supposed to work. Usually that's, and on the 3DS and Wii U, it happened frequently because there's a limit to what I can discuss. And there are issues with any platform. On the Switch, there's still issues with Unity. There are still issues. It's much better than the 3DS and Wii U, but there are a number of projects where I've just gotten stuck and it's very frustrating. And I think, why? Why can't this just work? So what happens? It happens pretty frequently, unfortunately. And when that happens, you have to accept when you will not be able to make something workable, and then you just have to keep moving forward. You have to move on to the next task, and you have to accept, okay, this is going to be cut content. All of our favorite games throughout all of history have had so much cut content, and that's just part of it, is you have to accept not everything is going to work. Sometimes some things that you really wanted, you're not going to be able to have it. What do you think is the cause of bad optimization in modern AAA games? The cause of that is that game engines are so powerful, they do so much work for you, that newer developers are not learning how to optimize because they don't understand optimization. Because the engine is so powerful and it's done everything for them. And that is the cause of bad optimization, is that. And that also feeds into why I'm not using more powerful sculpting software, is if I use more powerful sculpting software, it's going to limit the amount that I can learn. It's going to slow down my learning process because I'm not a very good sculptor. I still need to keep improving. What kind of snowman is this going to be? Would a snowman shooter or a scythe warrior? A scythe weapon? Ooh, a scythe weapon would be sick. This is, I guess I would call it a virtual pet battler game. You collect a bunch. Sadly, these are disposable. Like, they'll die. They have a lifespan, so if they get killed a certain amount of times, they die. So you're getting more and more snowmen. And I know saying goodbye is tough. I grew up playing Digimon and Monster Rancher, so I know that saying goodbye is tough. But it doesn't feel as bad when you have a ranch with like 90 snowmons on it. My favorite legacy bug, Game Maker 1's draw function draws any color except the one you want. Yeah, that's fantastic. I found on archive.org, I found a download for Game Maker 3. So I've downloaded that and I opened it, just for nostalgia's sake. Oh, it's quaint. It's so quaint. What a great bug. Keep on pushing. I find your content very level-headed and mature, yet whimsical. Quite rare these days. Hey, Jose, I appreciate that. Thank you. Keep up the good work. Cheers from Costa Rica. Hey, cheers from Australia. I appreciate that. Thank you. Suko, Korazak, thank you. I appreciate that. No logic-gated code in modern games causes too many step events. That may be true. I can't see what, you know, you'd have to have the source code to see what the developers are doing. But a huge part of optimization comes down to not running code when you don't need it. Not drawing graphics, not performing processes when you don't need it. And that appears to be something that modern developers are not learning, again, because the software is so powerful and because the hardware is so powerful. Okay, we're gonna smoothen this out. How much extra work needs to be done to make the same game for another system, like porting a PS4 game to Switch? It depends on your game engine. If it's something like Unreal or Switch, Unreal or Unity, then it's not that much work. And I say not that much work, it's still a lot of work. But you don't have to reprogram the whole game. What you basically have to reprogram is your control inputs. Yeah, that's basically what you have to reprogram is the control inputs, because the game engine will do everything else for you. If you use other game engines, that maybe they don't do as much work for you. You know? Okay. RPG Maker is fun. Oh yeah, RPG Maker is extremely fun. I have a lot of respect for it because it helps people learn core gameplay, core game development content. Something to note, mouths on pretty much anything that isn't official bird. Oh, I'll scroll up. Mouths are frustrating, man. We'll have the corners going towards the inside, like little black holes on the corners. This is a fish mouth. Silent Hill 2 for PS2 was the perfect example of working within limitations on culling objects and logic that's off screen. Absolutely. That game is a masterclass of game development. Really fantastic. I think a big problem today is many developers are not true developers. They just drag and drop or copy and paste code instead of truly understanding the underlying code. I agree. But I wouldn't call those developers, you know, in the same way that I can cook food, right? That doesn't make me a chef. Just because someone can use a game engine, because the game engine does all the work, right? Just because you can use a game engine doesn't make you a game developer. In the same way that just because I can swap out an engine on a 1994 Toyota Supra doesn't make me a mechanic. Hey Jerrel, where can I download your Mighty No. 9 3DS port that you made? To mock supporters after they didn't support you enough. No, that wasn't mocking anyone, it was just for fun. Believe it or not, sometimes you do things just for fun. It was to give people a laugh. I made it because people were bummed out. Like, I'm not good at Patreon. Going into it, I knew that I was going to be bad at Patreon. And my supporters really wanted to see it succeed. And then I got a lot of negative feedback from people because I didn't do a good job on the Patreon. And that's all it came down to, is I did a pretty bad job because I'm not good at telling people to buy things. I don't like telling people what to do with their money. And I was already uncomfortable going into the Patreon. So I got a lot of negativity and criticism, and then that started being directed towards my Discord server and my supporters, and people were getting really mad at me for even proposing that I could make a game for a bunch of different homebrew consoles. So people got mad, and then my supporters were really bummed out, and so I made the Mighty No. 9 thing just to put a smile on people's faces and to give them a laugh, especially my supporters who were already, you know, they were so bummed out from the whole thing. And I thought, oh, well, people are comparing my campaign to Mighty Number 9. So I thought, oh, well, I guess this is a funny joke. I'll just quickly make Mighty Number 9 for the 3DS and Vita. So yeah, I think that if you decide to make a joke and you're going to run with a bit, then run with it. Stick with the bit. And I really just wanted to make people laugh and put a smile on their faces, and that's what it is. I don't know where you can download it. I have no idea where it is. I miss Mega Man. I haven't played Mega Man 11. Has anyone played Mega Man 11? Making games for fun just can't be tolerated. I did the Mighty Number. I did that in like 6 hours. The Mighty Number 9 thing, just to make people laugh and have fun. Do you still do consulting? Will you consult for an indie collective? I'm not doing consulting right now. I'm focusing on my game development, but I may. As I've had people asking for it. I normally consult for larger companies. That's part of my career in the past. But I don't really have fun doing the consulting work. I'm not sure who Shadow X is, but look, man, you're harshing the vibe, and I'm sorry about this, but you're harshing the vibe for everyone. And I'm trying to be understanding. I've talked to you respectfully, so I've spoken to you as a real person, and you're being disrespectful because people are here for fun, and you're harshing the vibe, man. So I'm really sorry about this, but I'm just going to hide you on the channel. So I've spoken to you as a real person. I've spoken to you genuinely. I've answered you directly, and you're just being a shitty person. So I have to hide you on the channel. Sorry about that. Okay, bye, Shadow X. It's not fair for a little asshole to ruin the vibe for everyone else. People are here for fun, so we're gonna keep things chill. You can come back with an alt name, and if you want to be respectful to other people, you can hang out and have fun here. But I'm not going to tolerate children acting like little assholes. Womp womp. Hey, Glurpy Gurpison, good to see you. All right, so here's the thing, right? What if we gotta make this guy look like he's a little older now, right? So, okay, let's just make these segments need to be a little bit bigger here. Stay hydrated. I'm gonna have some coffee. Okay. I'm being considerate. I'm muting the audio while I drink the coffee. Okay. Yeah, look, I'm happy to hear people out, right? I don't just block people just because they say something negative. I try to have an actual conversation, because a lot of people that have said negative things to me in the past, I try to have a conversation with them and we talk. And it's pretty often that we are able to see eye to eye to some degree and start having a respectful conversation. And then a number of people who started out, you know, saying negative things to me and, you know, sort of bullying on the channel end up becoming people who just hang out on the channel, and they're just normal people, and we hang out and we have fun and we can talk like normal people, and then they stop saying negative things. And it's important to give people a chance, to give people an opportunity to talk. But I don't know who Shadow X was, but they weren't interested in talking. They were just whatever that situation was. So I gave them a chance. Are you trying to recreate the blobfish meme? No, but I think I know what blobfish you're talking about. The funny fish that's from the deep sea. Do you use the same modeling software for humans and monsters? No, I use this for organic. Usually I only use this for monsters. For humans, I use, what is it? I need to update my workflow. I purchased Character Creator. I can't remember the name. It's very powerful and heavy, and it's a little too heavy. So right now my workflow is pretty old. It uses Views, and that's been discontinued. It was purchased and destroyed by Adobe, and so it's discontinued, and I wouldn't recommend using it. There are newer options, but because the Switch is so weak, and I still want to make games for the Vita as well, Fuse is from a time era where it can make graphics that are appropriate for the Vita and the Switch. So I'm using Fuse for my characters right now. But I would say like 5 years down the line, I'm going to be using the newer Character Creator thing that I forgot the name of it. But it was like $300 or something. So it's not something where you can just pick it up and try it. The Adobe curse, yeah, that's right. I disconnected from Adobe. Is so. What is their problem, man? You might want to get a chat moderator in the future to help you to monitor chat for you and bring legit questions to your attention while you work. I love the personal touch, though. Yeah, it's possible, but it's kind of like, I just want this to be a fun, casual thing. I just want to hang out with people. I don't like that Adobe makes you, pay for their subscription services when their services are not very good. Yeah. Okay, we're going to now change his eyes to look more adult. So let's kind of make him a little angry, I guess. Can you make a snowman skeleton? See, now that's a fun idea. That's a fun concept, because that's something that's challenging. We expect a skeleton to look a certain way, right? Like bones. And then having to make that snow themed, that's an interesting challenge. I do like that. I think you'd have to put in a lot of effort. Jerrel needs a moderator. He's a loser that no one would know if he didn't got shut up by Asmon Cole. I don't know what's happening. I think people are coming in from somewhere. I think there's obviously some sort of source somewhere. I don't know. Someone made a post where they're sending people over, but I'm not gonna ban Kira, because I think Kira's gonna get very bored of me very soon, because I don't think I'm interesting enough to make fun of. I'm not like a big, fun, exciting content creator, and I'm just a normal dude, and I think you're just gonna get bored of me very fast here, so. It's the same person? Oh, it's the same guy on an alt account. Well, how many alt accounts does this person need? Look, I'm gonna wish you well. I'm gonna say Happy New Year to you. I don't have anything negative to say about you, Kira. I've got nothing, Shadow X, Kira, I've got nothing negative to say about you. I'm not gonna say anything mean. Look, I'm gonna say have a good day, have a great new year. I'm gonna have to hide your weird, harsh vibe, man. But if you wanna just be a cool person and hang out and talk games, you're free to come back on another alt account. I've got nothing negative to say to you. Here's the thing, right? This guy needs arms, doesn't he? I'm gonna leave this up to the chat. You guys say, should we give him, here are the options: twig arms, buff arms, or someone can say in the chat if you can think of something different. That would be cool. Grab. We're gonna try and like What's your best pin? I don't know. I kind of, there's a wolf that's got like a ring. This guy's skeleton arm. Oh, skeleton arms. Carrot fingers on stick arms. Lobster arms. Long muscle arms. Cyborg arms. Oh, I love that idea. Gun arms. Hyper-realistic hands. Oh no! Oh, that'd be awful. Oh, jeez. Okay. Tentacles. Oh man, these are cool ideas. Tentacles with bells. I like that a lot. You got a fish pin? I don't have a fish pin. I'm going fishing in a week or two. Trogdor! Trogdor! Long crocodile. Oh, these are great ideas. I like the long crocodile face. You know what we could do? We could just come up with like characters in the chat and then put it in the game and just make it some of the species that you can get. Give them beefy arms like Trogdors. I have almost 10 years of CAD experience, about 5 years AutoCAD 3. Would there be a 3D modeling software that you'd recommend that would be more comfortable to start with? So you've used CAD and AutoCAD, SolidWorks. Let's see, so that's quite procedural, that method. There are options, but I'm not familiar enough in order to make a recommendation. But I know that there are modeling options out there that are appropriate for people who are comfortable working CAD that use a procedural method to modeling. Yeah, I'm sorry I can't make a recommendation, but I don't know of any off the top of my head that I know well enough that I could comfortably recommend. Oh man, hello, I'm starting to make a game on Godot engine. Can you give me any advice? I'm still new to this, thanks in advance. Yes, my advice is to spend a lot of time looking at the example projects and editing the example projects. By editing the example projects, you can learn what you need to do to make your own ideas work. Okay, let me think about all the arms. I kind of love the lobster arm idea. I love the buff arms. Okay, I'm gonna look up in the chat here. More strong twig arms. I like the idea, like, I'm leaving room if I want to have like a higher level of evolution for the characters. So maybe he could have like 4 arms if there's another sausage arms. Sausage arms. Oh, my kid said wolf arms. Oh, I like that. Wolf arms. I'm torn. I think we should have, okay, we should have a design that has a long crocodile face because I do like that. I do like wolf arms. Oh. But I also like sausage arms. This is tough. All right, in the chat, should we go with wolf arms or sausage arms in the chat? Please chime on. I love the idea of spider legs. We should write all these notes down and then for the art, because there's going to be, my idea with this game was I could keep adding updates to this because it's a free homebrew game. I can keep adding more new species and that in the chat we can just come up with cool ideas. I like these crocodiles, Rayman hands, rhino legs. Oh, this is mine. This is Sculptress and you can get it free. Sculptress. Just go to Google and type in download Sculptress free. Sausage tentacles with claws on the end. Nice music, man, so relaxing. Let me see what's playing. This is my music. Yeah. Oh, so the relaxing stuff, I'll switch over. The fun thing, when I do a Silver Falls game, my supporters always tell me, oh, now this game has the best soundtrack. So I'm always trying to do better and do more with the soundtrack. The one that's playing now is from Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers, which is on the 3DS. It's the very last 3DS game that ever launched. And if you can find it, you know, if you can find a way to play it. You can't purchase it because the shop closed down, but if you can find the ROM, you know, I'm happy for you to play it. I'm not going to be sad if you can find you know, zither music is the best. I want to record more music with zither. I feel like I haven't done enough yet. I have used zithers, antique stuff from the 1800s. Yeah, I grew up listening to Trogdor. You like my catfish icon? Love your work. Have set a resolution to start a channel, and your work and character is an inspiration. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I appreciate that. Stout Sauropod, cool, cool username. Well, I hope you'll share your work. I hope you can post a link to that. Okay, let's see here. Okay, you know what? Okay, let's get his arms in here. All right. We have to scale. Okay. Grab. What's the Discord link, by the way? I'm not sure if it's in the description here. Let me see. Okay, I'm gonna make myself a coffee. I just need a refill, so I'm gonna click this button. I think YouTube will run an ad. I'll be right back. So I'm gonna run an ad, and I'm just gonna make myself a coffee. Here we go. What did I click? Did I click something? Okay, we're back. We're back. Okay, thanks for helping out with the key signature there. I was able to lock on and get back into the studio here. All right, let's just have a coffee. Mmm, delicious. Thanks for that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. One of my, so Jason said the music that's playing is the night music from Ruby River, which, again, that's the game that's packaged in with Gaiden Deathly Delusion Destroyers on the 3DS. I am working on a remaster for the Switch, but if you can find the 3DS ROM, you know, I won't be sad if you can play it unofficially. Yeah, so thanks, guys. Thanks for that. So, one of my favorite, well, actually my favorite thing about launching a new Silver Falls game, I tend to not tell people what's in the games because I just want people to enjoy it and then be surprised by whatever's in the game. So that's part of why I'm not very good at marketing my games. Is I just want people to experience it and enjoy it for themselves, you know. But my favorite thing is getting DMs from people when they hit the point in a Silver Falls game where I sort of don't tell anyone what's in it. And then I get messages for, you know, people that are like, oh, wow, this is really relaxing, this is fun. And then like an hour later, I'll get a message and like, what the hell was that? There's a moment in Silver Falls Ruby River where it just feels like, all right, this is fine, things are gonna be fine. And then at nighttime, things are different in Ruby River, and it's just fun. I think Undertale is the perfect way of marketing a game without spoiling it or telling you what to expect. That's magic. Undertale was you know, that things like that don't happen every day. Undertale's kind of magic in flight. You see that? What catfish? This is inspiring me to work on my own game. Very thankful for the stream. I hope you do. I hope you could hang out in the Discord and share your progress. Oh, that would be cool. That's a really good sculpt of Taz from Concord. You mean Tom Bombadil? Dang. I don't want to make fun of Concord, right? Like, it's done, it failed, you know. Because of my position in the industry, it's not like I want to harp on and make fun of the failure. But I have been seeing that blue jacket everywhere. I mean, is anyone else having this problem? Ever since Concord, I've never seen that blue jacket before, right? But since Concord, I walk down the street, I see like 2 people wearing that, and I double take, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? So I don't know if it's just me. I want like sausage arms. I'm kind of thinking we need to shrink this down. Spectre Von Baron, I really appreciate it. Thank you. Know what one of my favorite monster designs is? The Graboids. Yes! Yes! Such a creative design for an animal that feels monstrous while still having function to it. I will tell you now, Tremors is in my top 5 favorite movies of all time. I was obsessed with that movie as a kid. I loved it so much. I probably was like 6 or 7 when I first saw it. I absolutely love Tremors. You know, the follow-up movies aren't as good. That has to be one of my favorite creature designs as well. Thank you for that, Spectre. I really appreciate that. Oh, you got a catfish on your picture. If I click on that, does it open? It's hard to see. It's a couple pixels to me. Is that a catfish? Awesome, we'll see you in the Discord. Are you still developing for the VCS? So I just want to be very careful. John Walker Flint is a good dude. I want to be, you know, careful and respectful about the way that I discuss my business dealings. I've had a game ready to launch on the VCS since early last year. I promised people that I would make a game for the VCS, and I did make a game for the VCS. But there's a bottleneck, and the game just needs to be launched through the dashboard. I've submitted it, I've done all the paperwork, I've spoken to the person that needs to be spoken to when it comes to launching the game, and then I've requested multiple times that the game be launched. Clash Your Ball for the VCS. I've requested multiple times for the game to be launched, and then it just hasn't been launched. And again, I want to be very respectful. I don't want to shift the blame on anyone. It's the developers and the publisher's core responsibility to make sure that a game is launched, right? So I am not blaming anyone, but I have made a game for the Atari VCS. I've submitted it, and it has been ready to launch. It's been ready to launch since last year. So I'm not blaming anyone. I'm not saying, oh, so-and-so isn't doing this or that, but I'm saying that I've made a game and I submitted it. I've done everything necessary to have it launch. I've requested that the game be launched, and it hasn't launched yet. I don't fully understand why. And it is a matter, again, it's the responsibility of the publisher and no one else. I need to follow up. I need to keep going back. I need to ask why the game hasn't launched yet, because I've asked multiple times for the game to launch. But because I'm so busy with my other work, if I submit a game on the Switch, it will launch. I know it will launch, right? The system for the Switch, I submit a game, I do the paperwork, I ask for it to be launched, it will be launched. I'm new to the Atari VCS. I've asked multiple times for it to be launched, and it hasn't launched. And again, it is no one else's responsibility but my own. I need to follow up. I need to ask why it hasn't launched, and I need to action that, but I just haven't had the time. So I do know that people wanted me to develop more games. I did say that I would develop games, and I have made a game for the VCS. It just hasn't launched, and I don't fully understand why yet. This is kind of sausagey, right? Does this look like a sausage to you? Oh, the arm should be thumbs with big... Oh. So, Geekygami says the arm should be thumbs with big thumbnails. In a different style game, I would absolutely roll with it. I think that gives me... Does anyone know All Real Monsters from the 90s? Because that gives me All Real... Oh, you know what'd be fun? Is if with the chat, we did a game, like a community game that was sort of gross, like All Real Monsters. Maybe we should... We could do that in the future. We absolutely can do that. I think that'd be very fun. You're supposed to blame the gamers these days. Well, I'm not good at that. Could have veins? Oh, no. It could have veins. Silver Falls creatures are very much the veiny creatures. Okay, I'm gonna leave this. Hat. I'm an idiot. Oh. He needs a little hat. But see, I don't want it to be like a matter of... I don't want inanimate objects incorporated that much, so I'm gonna make this a... Oh. It is a snowman. We're gonna do the hat. We'll do the hat. We'll do the hat. Let's see. I kind of... Is there like a... No. See, for non-organic... I don't like using this for non-organic stuff. It's very good at organics, but non-organic stuff I tend to use Maya. You know what? I'll create him a hat in Maya. So let's just undo that. Does anyone want to see this? Let's see him in engine with some snow. So we'll go ahead and export this to... So we have Snowball, Snowlad, and Snowman. Make that a turtle. Turtles aren't animate. That is scathing. You don't have to be mean to turtles like that. Bowler hat. Yeah, like Oddjob wears a bowler, right? A backwards baseball cap. You know what would be good? If there... So this game is like snow themed. What if there's like a snow fellow kids? Is that what it is? Hello, fellow kids? Snow fellow kids? And then his hat was backwards. Cowboy hat. That would be awesome. Yeah, I'm a big fan of All Real Monsters. I just loved how gross it was. Yeah, I was at the shop the other day. This was like $6. All right, hold on. Let me go ahead and open something here, and we'll see what he looks like in engine. We'll put some snow stuff on him. What's the fastest project I have to open? I'll chuck him into I want to use a toon shader on this. I'll chuck him into Clasher Ball. What's your polygon budget for this character? Instance duplicates. So this, I'm specifically making this game for the PSP. And so I'll be pre-rendering these graphics so that they'll be sprites. So right now there is no limit. I can reduce the poly count whenever I want. If people like it and they want a modern version of it, then I'll just use Unity because I can work in Unity very fast. Beer can hat, maybe. Oh man, I love that. Snow Dad. Okay, you know what? I gotta put a note somewhere. We're gonna have Snow Dad, and then Snow Dad is gonna have the beer can hat, because I really like the Blue Bombers recommendation on that. How many people here know who Odd Job is? I'm not lying. I played 007 on N64 hardware. What day was it? New Year's Eve. New Year's Eve. I had some friends over, and we played 007, and we remembered how awful the controls are in that. We are not good at 007 anymore on N64. Yeah. How about a Mad Max Raider helmet? See, that would be cool. Okay. Look, because you've asked, I will contact Atari again, and then I'll just remind them, hey, what can I do to get my game shipped? So because was it John who asked in the chat? I'll follow that up today. I'll send Atari another email, and then hopefully we can sort out, because I do have the game ready to launch. I've never seen this before. Nice. A snow crow. I like that. We should have a notebook here to write. Odd Job is off limits 2 OP. Yeah, it's messed up. Fun fact, if you make the whites of the eyes concave and the pupils convex, it looks like the eyes follow the player. That sounds like a creepy... Whoa, that sounds creepy. Just play Perfect Dark as well. I do have Perfect Dark on the N64. I'm waiting for Unity to open. Okay, here we go. I've got it open. Now let me copy and pasta my character model here. I'm just off screen. I'm not ignoring you. I'm not checking my social media. I don't use it. Okay. Snowmon Keeper. Okay. Look, I'll take all of them. Gameplay 2. So what I'm doing, I've just booted up my game, Clasher Ball. This is a game that this is my newest game. It's available on the Nintendo Switch eShop. It's on sale 50% off right now. Clasher Ball. I'm just using it so we can put our character models in here and we can see them in engine, see what they look like. Oh, let me just get rid of that. Let me just click on that. Okay, the latency is starting to mess with my head a little bit. So Clasher Ball is an action puzzle game. I had so much fun making this. Oh man, I really had fun. So I'm gonna copy and paste just so we can see what it looks like in engine. So if you give me a second here. I'll put them in here for now. Just making a folder. I'm sorry if I'm missing the chat here. Okay. Okay, so we have... Oh, you know what? I didn't generate... I didn't generate UV maps for him. Let me just do that really quick. He needs a UV map. We'll just do this really quick. We'll just wait for this. Oh. What coffee mug do you have tonight? I have this one. I found this in the shop. I found this in the shop yesterday for $6. This is so very difficult to drink out of. As you can see, it's gonna, so you have to pick a corner. Okay, we will export this bad boy. Using the wrong mouse, aren't I? Export. Snowman. So he's not rigged, so I cannot animate him. But we're just to see what he looks like in engine here. Okay, we will do a drag and drop. Dragon. Drop. And I'm just gonna borrow the texture that's on the, whoop. I'm gonna borrow the texture that's on the ground just so we can see what he looks like. Okay. See, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Let's see here. It's the way that he's catching the light, right? I'll do a manual paint on him later. That's a little better. See, like it's because I've just automatically generated the UV map for that, but what I want to do is paint him manually, so I will do that later. But you get an idea of what he's all about. I haven't broken up the different parts, so his eyes can't be split up. I just, you know, but you get an idea of what it'll look like. It takes a little more work to finalize it for the game. Is the donut mug hard to clean? Yeah, I have to buy one of those bendy bottle cleaners. So, Demuzi, hello. Nice seeing you smile. Good to see you. I hope you're having fun. I hope you're enjoying this. How it is done. A video game creator just having fun and listening to fans' feedback. I want to do more games. Like this is something that I've been just considering for like a couple years. Is community games where we have the time where we can hang out on chat and just throw out funny ideas, and then we can just make a game really quick, and then I can put it up and we'll have fun. And that would be outside of my commercial games. Obviously, the commercial games, that's my full-time job, but I want to be able to just have fun as well and just spitball. So I think it'd be fun if we had a game where people can just throw out funny ideas, and then we could make the dumbest, you know, weirdest monsters. And we'll do that. We will do that. I'll work out how we can do it. The shading is too pronounced for balls of snow. Yeah, you're right. Make it pre-rendered with this texture, and it's going to look like a Donkey Kong, a country sprite. Yeah, you're right. So because I'm making this game for the PSP, it will be pre-rendered. This isn't a toon shader though, is it? I do have toon shaders. Like this is a custom shader that I use for a number of different things that the bunny has. You literally just started Blender yesterday. Nice. Nice. There's a game concept that I've been working on, but I haven't actioned it yet. And it's what I want to be a community game. And I wanted it to be just be like a, has anyone played a Gauntlet on, you know, the old Gauntlet games on the NES and SNES and other consoles in the arcade? I wanted to do a concept like that, except we can just keep adding an infinite amount of characters. So we hang out here on chat, people just make up fun characters, and then I add it to the game, and it's just a dungeon crawler, and you just go and beat up enemies, get some loot, and it could be something that we run in a web browser so that anyone could just play it, you know, on their mobile device or the computer. Something that wouldn't be overly demanding in terms of development time, but just it's a fun way for us to hang out and have fun. And I've been thinking of something like that. That formula, that style of game would be very easy for me to develop. It's something that I have experience with. It's something that I can make quickly, and it wouldn't distract me from my commercial work is the thing. so I can make it here on the chat. We make whatever we want. We get to come up with the like really weird, funny enemy ideas, and we can just keep adding things. And yeah, you don't have to wait for me to roll it out, you know, on an official storefront. I would just put it on a web browser and we can have fun. It can be, the game can be whatever we want. Yeah. A game made to make you insert coins. Make it moddable so the community can add their own characters, like how Rivals of Aether did with their workshop characters. I don't actually know how to do that. I would have to figure out how to do that. Has anyone seen, what's it called? Smash something? It's in my Steam. I meant to buy it. It's almost, you get to make your characters with, like, in 2D. It looks really cool. I'd have to look it up again. Has anyone ever seen one of these in real life? A Pokemon Mini? Does anyone play one of these? So last year I made a homebrew game for this, a Silver Falls game for this, and it is canon. Every Silver Falls game that comes out is canon. And you can, I'll put the link in the description for the ROM. The ROM is free. But you can play that. Smack Studio, thank you. There we go. That looks so awesome, and I do want to try using it because it looks like it's so much fun. I have played Gauntlet on the NES and arcade, and also played Gauntlet Dark Legacy, my favorite. I tried the newer Gauntlet games, but they didn't have the same feeling as the older games. That's right. Yeah, there's something weird about the new games. They're missing. It's just just need a simple formula. That's what Gauntlet is. It's not complicated. I had a Pikachu-themed shaker that was about that size. Yeah, the Pokemon Pikachu. So this is a flash cartridge. So you can put homebrew games on here. So you can actually play my game on real hardware with the flash cartridge. You can play it in emulator as well. Let's see here. You know what? Let me boot up Ghoul Busters really quick. Okay, let me adjust this. If you guys just give me a second, I'll show you some of Ghoul Busters and talk about the graphics. So if you'll just give me a second to prepare. No, I messed up my instant transmission. I can't lock on the key signature. Where is it? Okay, so I'll take... Oh. Okay. All right, I'm back. Okay. Specifically for characters, then, like, throw dung at the wall and see what sticks sort of approach. Yeah, basically, it's just kind of have fun, and whatever people say in the chat we'll make. I was inspired by your Maverick idea and came up with an idea for a game. You're a DJ and you find a broken robot that can't help but breakdance when it hears a sick beat. Use that to fight. That's very cool. That's awesome. I like that idea. I hope you did action on that. That sounds really cool. Oh, so I'll tell you a little bit more about Desperado Star. Oh, I'm so looking forward to having that game finished and launched. So I'm a massive fan of mechs and RPGs. And so the other day, oh, it was a while back, I watched... Sorry about the audio. I know this one's kind of loud. Let me just turn on the special effects. Moonlight Fog. Normal. Okay, Adventure. So these are the, to me, these are the stats that matter, right? Your pronouns, they don't matter. They're not important, right? What does matter is what do you love and what do you hate? So Starlin loves pizza, rocks, bugs, hockey, and robots. And Atticus loves burgers, drawing, video games, and pets. Okay, let me go ahead and edit this. Okay. This is available on the Nintendo Switch eShop. It's 50% off right now. I thought it'd be fun if he hates sand, you know, because it's rough and coarse and irritating. And of course it gets everywhere. So the soundtrack for this game, I actually made on Game Boy hardware. Because I wanted to make sure it was faithful. Will be Atticus. We'll go continue. Oh, if you want Unity games to get modded, never use IL to CPP. Is that problematic? Does that cause issues? Oh, there's screen tearing and there's input delay. My graphics card has screen tearing. I don't know if there's anything I can do about that. Can I fix that on my video capture device? Is there screen tear? Okay, the screen tearing is off. Oh, there's less input delay. Wow. Okay, cool. I went too soon. No, the character hates alcohol. That was under his hates category. Ooh. I died. I made a mistake. That was my fault. I was looking for the controls. Okay, there's that. That. Okay. It's ZR. So if you hold ZR with Atticus, you can actually aim the direction where he's shooting. This is where I need to improve as a game developer. I understand where I still have weaknesses as a developer. I need to improve is that I don't explain that. The game never tells you that you hold ZR and then you can aim the direction. I think there's some sort of there's some like filter processing on my capture card because it's not supposed to be this bright. I don't know why. I'm gonna see if there's any filters on real quick. Filters, color correction. There we go. There is color correction on my capture card. So yeah, this is my I don't know which number this is. I originally launched it on 3DS and it's available on Switch right now. It's 50% off. But earlier I mentioned Dumpy Butt. It makes characters look cute. If I complete this level, I can show you more characters as well. But it's just this cuteness. It's this stubby arms and legs. Yeah, it just adds this cuteness to it. I didn't have anything to copy when I was coming up with these proportions for the aesthetic. I just wanted something that felt like an actual Game Boy proportions. Yeah, this is made with Unity, correct. Is the story with your grandpa or father a hub, true, or joke? I'm still confused. Oh, which story? I tell a lot of jokes here. Okay. I'm gonna make it. Okay. So one of the things that irritates me as a gamer is when you have collectible coins, but they don't do anything. God! Just gonna start rushing through it. And so in this, you actively use the coins to purchase items, and the items actually actively help you. I'll make it. I'm not bad at my own game. There is input delay. And again, ZR, you know, you can shoot backwards as well. It's a trick shot. Okay, here we go. Is there a checkpoint? God, give me a checkpoint. I am begging you for a checkpoint. So I'm getting really involved. I just wanted to get through that part. Yeah, so this is a game that I made. Again, a lot of my games that I make, they're a lot about wish fulfillment for me. Like, oh, as a gamer, what do I want? And this game was very much, I really want a game like this. And there's a lot of items that help you. You can play differently. There's 2 different characters that you can play as. This is Atticus. And again, if you connect this game with other Silver Falls games, then this playable character will become playable in other Silver Falls games. Because all the games take place in different time periods, you'll get to play as this character throughout different years. And in the other Silver Falls games, you play as this character as an adult. You see him when he's grown up. And you can see that he's moved on to archery, so he's quite an accomplished archer. Whereas in this game, he uses a slingshot. But if you read the novel, the Silver Falls novel, you'll see that he still carries a slingshot with him. I don't want to die, I don't want to die! Okay, I'm good. The lumpiness of the character is palatable. Yeah, I wanted the characters to just be lumpy and dumpy, and they're just cute, and I died. Surprised you didn't notice the dashboard being completely washed out. Which dashboard? I'll make it! I didn't make it. Sorry. Astrobot did that pretty well. Yeah! That was something that I really liked about Astrobot, was the aesthetic of the character. He's very cute. I'll make it this time. I saw it at the very last second because the chat's covering the bottom corner, so I actually almost missed that. I'll make it. The straining noise when you're trying to make a jump. Okay. I can't see what my items are because of the chat. There's a novel. Yes, it's unfinished. I'm still working on the Silver Falls novel, but that's free to read. I'll just get the link. I'll put it in the description. This isn't Sonic, so I'm not on a time limit here. But yeah, this game is on sale on the Switch eShop right now. Or if you can find the 3DS ROM, you can't purchase it anymore because they've shut down the 3DS eShop. And again, I do not condone piracy. I do not condone modifying your Nintendo consoles. I cannot condone that. But I know that some people do have their 3DS able to play games unofficially. And if you find the ROM for this to play on your 3DS, I'm not going to be butthurt. I'm happy that you can enjoy my game. So, you know. Plus the 3DS has stereoscopic 3D. Okay, so if you want to read the novel again, it's free. This is a rough draft, so there's typos and there's still more editing that I have to do. But you can read the novel, and the characters that are in the games, they do feature in the novel. I'm gonna make it. I'll make it. I'll just jump. I'm gonna skip all this madness. Yeah. Why do you only release for Switch and not PC? I'm a solo developer, and so you need to focus your attention where you can. And if I were to release games on PC, people have a totally different expectation for that, and it's a totally different workflow for releasing on PC. And it means that anything that I release on the Switch, my attention is going to be pulled away from that, and it's going to be worse. So I just want to make the best possible games I can on the platforms that I can target. And the Nintendo consoles are really where I feel passionate about making games, and I am developing a working relationship with Nintendo as well. Part of my agreement for making the final games was for the 3DS and Wii U was to make some exclusive games for them. I thought you were someone else. Well, kid, what are you up to? Playing Ghoul Busters, that TV cartoon? Ain't it a bit late for that? Don't you got school tomorrow? Hey, you ought to head home. You haven't seen anything suspicious tonight, have you? Is the music too loud? Let me know if the music ever gets too loud. Fred. Why are you so quiet? And what's with that stony look on your face? It's so okay bro 123. It's not a matter of just targeting the PC. Like, I can target the PC, but there's significantly more work that you have to do as the developer to optimize for each platform as well. And if I try to make a multi-platform game by myself, we see multi-million-dollar companies that struggle to make a game multi-platform. You know, they try to make a PS4, PS5, and a Switch version, and they struggle to do it correctly. So if a solo developer tries to do it, it'll be even worse. You're stretching yourself thin. It's not just pushing a button and then you get to target another platform. There's a lot more work that goes into it. Are you all right, kid? But I will. A lot of people have been asked, like thousands of people have been asking me to put games on the PC, so I will be doing that. Silver Falls will be Nintendo exclusive, but now that's why I'm working on other games in different IP that I've created. Okay, if you want to tell me anything, I'm here when you're ready to talk. Seriously though, you need to go home now. No can do. This is, as a gamer, I understand what gamers want, right? The core functionality, the features that gamers truly want. And as a gamer, I know that this is what you want. I know that you want to stand on a character's head. And it would have been better if during the cutscene, during the dialogue, you could jump on his head. But this is what gamers want, man. This is what they care about. This is what I care about. Is this. The Blue Bomber, that's great news. I love Nintendo, but I think they've been lacking in new ideas lately. Yeah, I want to bring something of value to Nintendo. So this is what I was talking about. The bottle caps that you pick up during the stage, they are actually useful. You actually purchase stuff. Umbrella's my favorite thing. This lets you hover. This lets you slow down time. There is a typo that says 70A there. You have a question? Fire away. Hey, Sunfran. 317 is here, Juan. Good to see you. Thanks for coming to hang out. Yeah, I'm still learning about Steam as well. I'm currently in the process of bringing a game to Steam, and I'm stuck on a point because I've gotten something wrong and I'm trying to figure out what it is. I'll buy some jelly beans, that's good. A Ninja Star, buy... Hyper Kenny is expensive, so I'm good with that, I'm fine. Okay, so if you get 3 box tops, you get a wonderful prize. What is your biggest inspiration? Oh, man. Oh, that's hard. That's so hard. I'm gonna say my biggest inspiration is Breath of Fire from the Super Nintendo. That is the game, as a child, where I played. I was very young when I played it. That's the game where I actually said to myself, I need to make video games. I have to make video games. And when I was playing Breath of Fire, it gave me a sense of inspiration and excitement. It made me want to see the world. It made me want to adventure. It made me want to meet people. It made me want to learn more about the world. And that feeling that I got from Breath of Fire on the Super Nintendo, that is what drives me when I create my games. My intention is to give people that feeling. I want to give people something that they can believe in. And so that is my biggest inspiration. I'm going to hide the chat for a second because I just want to look at my items. Ooh, look at all my items. So I'll show you what the items do. Ow. Okay. I'm good, I'm good. And again, this is on sale, 50% off on the Switch eShop. I'm gonna use my my helicopter. No, the balloon helicopter. Okay, that messed up my trajectory because I wasn't expecting my umbrella. The umbrella lets you float, but if you're not expecting it, it's going to mess you up. And then the helicopter hits enemies for you as well. What are my other items? Dynamite. Let me throw some... Oh, that guy almost got me. I'll just show you what the items look like. I won't keep playing this. Going down. Ah! Ninja stars. I died. Ow. I'm just playing recklessly. Okay, oh, fireworks. There we go. I sent him flying. And then I'll show you that one of my... Actually, my... Okay, my other favorite item is the balloon, but the helicopter is not good because the balloon can pop the helicopter. or the helicopter can pop the balloon. Yep. So if I'll put the balloon down, that's really useful for sections if you're having a tough time with platforming, because you've just built yourself a jump platform, and you can put those anywhere. I'll just show you. Ow. I died. So you can see there's a lot of problem solving, and there's a lot of different ways that you can play this game, because you can use the items however you want. So they all do lots of different stuff, but again, I really like the Umbrella, because it's like a Knuckles mode, if you will. I always like playing Knuckles if you could. Alright, I'll turn the chat back on. Breath of Fire and Final Fantasy both have the tendency to inspire people to make games, or so it seems. There are so many people out there that have become professional musicians because of Final Fantasy. Cool game. What will you do when Nintendo closes the Switch eShop? I'll move on to the next console, of course. But people have asked me to develop and put games on other consoles, so I will be doing that. It's better than Concord. In case anyone missed it earlier, I was talking about how I've been seeing that blue jacket everywhere in real life. Like, ever since Concord, I've never seen that blue jacket before, but ever since Concord happened, I've been seeing it everywhere, and it's kind of like freaking me out. Like, why is this jacket everywhere? How do you deal with depression in game development? I think depression in game development is the same as depression in any other part of life. I don't think there's a specific type of depression that's like game development flavored. Any creative pursuit has roadblocks in it, but I wouldn't say that there are enough defining traits to make game development its own unique flavor of depression. But I can't really give advice on that because I'm not a health expert. I'm not a doctor. And everyone has their own life, and it's difficult to pinpoint, you know, what people need to keep moving forward. Let's see, Malomoto says, I was inspired by Neverwinter Nights because they gave us the Aurora toolset. I'm not sure what that is. Alright, Lone Wolf, are you heading out? See ya, take care. It's good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate your positive and informative content. Tired of the negativity, such a waste of time. You know, I feel similarly. It's just, yes, it does. The algorithm likes negativity and it gets a lot of views, but luckily I'm not a YouTuber, so I don't care about views and I don't care about the algorithm. So, no, I almost died. Oh my god, I have to kill this guy. That guy's an insta-kill. I was so busy talking with you, I almost messed up. That guy almost killed me. I'm gonna get rid of this guy. 317, do you like my suggestion? Let me just scroll up and see what you said. I'm seeing the blue jacket everywhere. It's freaking me out. Would you make a Silver Falls first-person shooter game like Doom? Let me think about what is on my development hardware right now. My Switch development hardware. Because I'm bringing Silver Falls Undertakers to the Switch. That's one of the sleeper games, right? Like, people really love Silver Falls Undertakers because it seems like it should be like a crappy small game, but there's so much to it. And Undertakers has been launched. It was originally on the 3DS, and then I brought it to the Wii U, and people want the game again on the Switch, but I don't want to just port the game. And so I'm adding new game modes to Silver Falls Undertakers so I can explore that story more. I should have waited. Okay, no, I'm good. Oh, I second-guessed myself. Oh, platforming. Yeah, I'm like second-guessing myself. I'm afraid, I feel fear. Okay, I'm good. So I am working on the port of Silver Falls Undertakers to the Switch, but there is a new game mode. And oh, I just had to go forward more. There is a first-person shooter mode for Undertakers. Yeah. So I will. It's not Doom style. It's its own sort of, you know, situation. But yeah, it's going to be a new style of gameplay that we haven't seen in the series yet. I'm just getting killed. I'll show you a little bit of Guardians and Metal Exterminators because that one's, it's really fun. People really love the music in that, and then I'll just explain the gameplay on that one a little bit. Okay, 2 seconds. Let me just get that one ready. I'll just zip on out of here. I'll be back in a second. Okay, I'm back. All right. How are the audio levels? Let me know if the music's ever too loud. So this game's 50% off on the Switch eShop as well. And again, if you happen to find the 3DS ROM online, cool. I hope you try it. It's in 3D. So this was tough. Making this game was tough. And the whole thing was I really wanted to make it feel like a story set in the 80s. Let's go ahead and try. There's a couple fun little game modes here. There's these LCD games that you can play. Okay. What's wrong with my analog, my Joy-Con? Is my Joy-Con? My Joy-Con's freaking out. Hello? What's up with my Joy-Con, man? Oh no, is my Joy-Con dead? What if I just... I plug it in there? Instant transmission. Well, it's the most convenient way to get in and out, you know. Whoa, my Joy-Con's freaking out. Sorry guys. Let me try and sync it up again. Whoa. Even when it's plugged into the console, the Joy-Con doesn't. What if I push the sync button? It don't like it. The Joy-Con said no. Wait, no, the Joy-Con worked a second ago. Try it again. See, I've got a light, right? So what's up with that? We're going to try it again, and if not, we'll give it a miss if it doesn't work this time. Teleportation jutsu. I don't have... Don't you need, like, to throw something? All right, I'm just going to grab a controller. I'll be right back. I need to get another controller. Okay. Okay. Right, I'm going to sync up a different controller. I'm not sure why that is freaking out so much, man. Okay, I'm just going to go to controller. Start controller pairing. Oh, you know what? This is a third-party controller. I don't know if it's going to freak out with this third-party controller. Is this a sync? I don't even know if I'm pushing the sync button, honestly. Okay, hold on. Sorry about that. I'll turn off the capture device. See, the thing is, I can't show you certain things because it's development hardware. So if it shows up on screen, I'll be in big trouble, which is why things are a little clumsy right now. So I'm just being real careful on it. Okay, we're gonna give that a break for a second because for some reason it's freaking out, man. It's freaking out. I'll show you a little bit of my workflow here. So we're going to switch devices, and I'll let my Switch take a break. Sorry about that, guys. I'm gonna have to be very careful with what I show you here because this is all development hardware, so I can't show you everything. You know what I mean? All right. Right, so let's go ahead and open this up. And so we were just looking at Silverfall's Ghoul Busters, right? I need to be very careful about what I show here. Where's my sprite sheet? Okay. I like working in Microsoft Paint because it is simple and it's nostalgic. When I first started making my own game graphics for RPG Maker, I used Paint. And it's so fun to use. I only use it for specific use cases. This is one of those use cases. But you can see I have to restrict the dimensions of the sprites, make sure they all fit in a particular dimensions. But you can see the sprite work here. And I'm trying to sort of navigate here, but there is input latency, isn't there? Oh, so the other day, when I was playing N64 with my friends that were over, I couldn't find where my other first-party controllers were. So as a good guest, I let my friends use the first-party controllers, and then I used the crappy third-party controller. And then I was getting slaughtered, absolutely slaughtered, in 007 in GoldenEye. It's like the analog stick, it wasn't right. It was like really flicky, you know those things that are sort of swinging in Ghoul Busters that we just saw. You can see it just there. You can see that they're all different sprites. The boxes would indicate the limitations of the sprite. That's 32 by 64. You want them a power of 2 in Unity. You want your sprites to always be like that. You can see some of the other graphics here. So some of the what is happening here? Why are you saying this to me? So yeah, I drew all of Ghoul Busters, the characters and the monsters, I drew them all here. You can see you have these floating balloons, but then you also have balloons that are on the ground that spit things out. And if you actually flip this upside down, this guy here, you can see that it's actually that guy who's popped and he's fallen down upside down. Blame it on the controller. Yeah, that's right. I will blame it on the controller. You can see that I draw the items just there. And in the original 3DS version, you can see the treehouse here from top down. That was on the bottom screen for the 3DS. Far as I'm aware, power of 2 for sprites and textures is used to make compression more effective. Yeah, correct. Yeah. But in certain cases, it can cause memory issues. It takes significantly more memory if it's non-power of 2, and with Unity it can cause problems. So I've got a little bit of let me fix my green screen here, 2 seconds. All right, I'm back. How's the Switch 2 dev kit working out? Oh, I don't have one. I don't have one. I'm not being cheeky. I would love one. I would love to work on the Switch 2, but I don't have it. Oh, guys, check it out. So this is cut content. A feature that I did not get to implement is the virtual pet that you pick up in Ghoul Busters. I'd actually drawn, so I started drawing sprites for it. It was going to be a fully functional virtual pet in the game, and I ran out of time for development. So in the future, maybe if I can update the game, maybe I can make it functional. That would be fun. Oh, here's some spoilers. You can see the enemy, the boss bear, as it changes. So this is how the bear starts out at the beginning of the game. The second boss fight, you see his flesh peeling and his face becomes this. And then these are spoilers. The third version of the bear has this whole fun situation going on. Samuel, I'm not sure how to pronounce your last name. Hey, Sungran, what are your thoughts on your thoughts? I think my thoughts on my thoughts are, I'm overthinking it. Maybe I should just, I should wing it a little bit more. Joey Garza, hey, good to see you. Hey, dude, I'm not a programmer, but I saw you were live. Just wanted to drop in and say, hey, I appreciate that. Thanks for coming to hang out. I'm just sharing a little bit of behind the scenes with my games at the moment. Would you ever consider making Silver Falls on the Philips CDI? Let's have a look. Philips CDI dev kit. Is there one available? Yeah, I would. I'd make a Silver Falls for any legacy console. I just love working on legacy consoles. I don't know. let's see. Let's see, Homebrew. I can't remember if I already have a development environment set up for this. I might, actually. No. It looks like okay, no. I don't think there's a development solution. Oh, you know, I forgot to update my text, man. I forgot to update my text here. So I'm going to tell you a secret. I haven't told anyone this. I have development software for the Hyperscan. I have made a test application, but I do not have a Hyperscan myself, and I'm trying to get one. But I have development environment, so I can make Hyperscan games. Look at this thing. You can run burned CDRs on this. You don't need protection. So if you have CDRs, you can make your own games. So, Faces of Evil. Philips CDI has Zelda Wand of Gamelon. I played Mario Hotel. It was pretty fun. Put those MS Paint skills to use. I guess you don't care about the Vita because you work on the Switch and don't care for future Sony NDAs. No, I make regular Vita stuff. My latest game that I launched is called Clash Your Ball. And that is, I've made the full game version available on the Vita. So let me just bring that up here. So I'm a huge Vita fan. I'm constantly making more stuff for the Vita. Let's see. Okay, so here's my itch.io, sungrandstudios.itch.io, and Clash Your Ball for the PS Vita. This is the full game. This is a native version. I made this specifically for the Vita, totally free, absolutely no monetization. And I did that because I love the Vita so much, and I know that there's people out there who love the Vita just as much as I do. Some of you like it even more than I do. So I have a number of my games that I'm working on that are commercial titles. Clash Your Ball is coming to Steam soon. I'm really slow at figuring out the Steam thing. It's 50% off on the Nintendo Switch eShop right now, but you can get the full version for Vita totally free. There's no monetization involved. So please feel free to play that for free and enjoy it. It's fun. Let's see. No, I mean using SDKs derived from totally clean room projects and totally not leaked SDKs. Yeah, a number of the SDKs that I use for developing on legacy consoles are totally homebrewed. They don't use any resources that were once officially used as SDKs. So yeah, I have many SDKs for many homebrew softwares. I have a PS TV to play games. Yeah, this will work on PS TV. It doesn't need any touchscreen or anything like that. How is the development experience with the Vita? It's weaker than you want it to be because Unity is a multi-purpose engine, and you have to do a huge amount of optimizing on your own. And I use Unity to develop for Vita. So the Vita is way weaker than you want it to be and then you think it is. So it's tough to develop for the Vita because you have to work in a very disciplined manner. Okay. Yeah, but I do have an SDK for the Hyperscan. Eventually, someday, I will track down a Hyperscan and then I'll just make a couple small games for it just for fun. Unity works for Vita. It's a very old version. You have to get an old version for it, but it is possible. Okay, let me look. I'm going to look. Let me just try this again. I'm going to plug in the controller to the Switch and see what happens. Okay, I turn that on. I'm just going to check. I'm seeing what's happening with my Switch now. All right. Okay. I mean, we could play Clash Ball. You know what it is? I let the Joy-Con totally die. How much power does this have? It has a little bit. We'll just play this a little bit. It's cool. Okay, 2 seconds. If you give me a second, I'll set this up and we can play this game just a little bit. Oop. I've got a typo. Why? Cool typo, man. Alright, I'm back. I don't know how long this Joy-Cons are going to last here. Let's just try this one at least. A quick run. Okay. So, originally, when I was planning Guardians and Metal Exterminators, it was originally only going to be this. It was just going to be a Tiger Electronics style game. But when I started writing the story for this, I realized that there was so much opportunity to do more with these characters. And the Silver Falls games are always about the characters and the lore and the story, and watching these characters spend time with each other. That's what these games are always about. And of course there's cryptids and there's cool things that go on with those guys, but really the core appeal of Silver Falls is the characters. They're just cool to hang out with. And like a true Tiger Electronics games, it starts out easy, and then it gets harder and harder, and then sometimes you're not sure if you're doing the right thing, you know? Does anyone in the chat still have one of these sitting around? Because I had a bunch of these when I was a kid. I had Power Rangers and Lion King, and you often felt like the buttons you were pressing didn't actually do anything. Take that. Come on. I was so excited. What I'm so excited is the background of this. I got it to look like it was printed, you know, in the 90s, and it has that sort of metallic, shiny look to it. That's where I was really excited, was the background on this looks so convincing. I'm so happy with how it turned out. Oh, you think you have one at your dad's place? It's fun to power these things on every once in a while and realize, like, these were not good. I don't know how they were able to trick our parents into buying these, but they're not good. You have your Tiger Mortal Kombat. Nice, nice. I don't think I ever got to play a Mortal Kombat one. Yeah, combo. Shield. Okay. Nope, timing was off. It speeds up, and then you'll really get in the flow, you know? You get like a flow state. Come on. Got him. Oop. If anyone out there is in contact with Tiger and they can make this for real, that'd be sweet, because I designed this so it was simple enough to where it could actually be an actual Tiger game, you know? No one was fooled. I was fooled for a while, you know, when I was a kid. I assumed, because I didn't have my own original Game Boy. I never had an original Game Boy as a kid. So I had these games. No, 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 no. Okay. It's fun in the community seeing who gets the high score on this. How do I exit? I can't see the controls here. Is it plus? Oh, that's reset. Okay. Me and my dad back in the day, we had the game and watched juggling and played it all the time. The Game & Watch thing? tiger head. They got. Did anyone ever have an R zone? The thing that sat over the eye. Jeez, that thing is awful. That's right. Grandparents that knew you liked video games got them for you. Yeah, and they were like what, like $15 back then. So it was sort of easy to get, you know, adults that were sucked into it. So these are the playable characters, but you can also play as monsters as well. So this is Guardians and Metal Exterminators. It's 50% off on Switch right now. Do I not have any? Okay, that's page 2. Okay, I don't. Oh, I have a couple monsters. So by connecting the Silver Falls games together, you can get playable characters from the other games to be playable in this one. And of course, this game is set in the 80s, so you get to see what characters look like in the 80s. So if you're accustomed to a character in modern day being like an older person, you can see what they look like when they're younger. Winnie, Shauna, Bull. This is the main character from Undertakers. People really like this character. They just like, he's cool, they like him. And he's usually your slow, strong guy. So how this game works, this game is an action RPG. It's designed to play in small chunks of time. The vending machine has one-time use weapons. I have $350, so I'm just going to buy... I'll take a flame bow. So this is a weapon that you can use one time. You can buy a daily skill soda. It gives you a random skill. I'll buy it. I'll buy it. Boost, healing boost for today only. So every time you use a healing item, you get more boosting from that. So if you press plus, you can see your stats. How much experience? I think I can't see. The screen is the chat's covering some of my thing here. You have inspired me to become a better person. I'm glad to hear that. That's cool. I'm still trying to be the best person that I can be. I'm trying to get stronger and smarter. You know, every day is it's its own sort of battle that you got to fight. Looks like eBay is loaded with hyperscans. Really? But do they ship to Australia though? That's the thing. Ace Sprite is free if you compile it yourself from their GitHub. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so the whole point of this game is you just take these short missions and then you get cool loot and you can upgrade your loot, you upgrade your characters, and you can see these characters' storylines. And it's sort of like a graphic novel style. The characters just stand around and talk to each other. There aren't huge explosive cutscenes, but there is story between the characters, and that's what people tell me they like the most, is they just want to see the characters. Because many of these characters, they know each other from the other games, and you know them because you've spent time with these characters. And the appeal of this game is just watching the story between these people. I'm going to see if I can do any upgrades here. I do need to upgrade my speed, so let's see what's going on. I need EXP. I'm going to go kill some stuff. I can't see what my weapons are. So I purchased that bow. Mega Axe! Okay, so you can see these can have abilities plugged in. I'm going to hide the chat for a second, and I'll explain the weapon system to you. So you can see this one has 2 abilities. Mega Axe has Hungry Power, so it boosts your power by 50% for 15 seconds after you eat a healing item, and Cryo Balloon boosts the power of ice weapons by 50% every time you break a balloon. You can. This is meant for people to just enjoy getting into it. I think a lot of you are like me. You love skills. You love creating this interesting loadout for your characters. This is like just a good standalone ability. It boosts the damage of explosive weapons by 30. That's cool, Fantasy Sword. Boost movement speed by 1, which is useful for a character like this because he's pretty slow. A Geometry Power boosts the power of weapons picked up during battle by 75%. I'm going to take the Mega Axe because I like the Hungry Power. And if I... Oh, I don't know. I just don't know. Air Rifle... Handgun. Oh, I don't... You know what? That's so useful. And then you can add new skills to your weapon. So if you go back here, you can... Yeah, you can... If you go down to your weapon, I'm in the way. You can add a new skill. I'm just going to get out of the way here for a second, and I'll show you. So we can add a skill for 150. I have 150. I'll add that. I'll add it. Oh, should I upgrade it? I'll add a skill. Let's see what we get. I'm going to press R. What did we get? Throwing Expert. Okay, that kind of sucks. My green screen, I was in front of it. I'm going to upgrade the weapon. Okay, it went from 6 to 7. Let's go and do a mission. Oh, I'm so slow. I really need to upgrade my speed. Okay, we're going to go for it. Lawn darts are dangerous. I'm telling you now, they are a weapon. All right, I'll get the chat back. Okay, we got to break 5 crates. So some missions are so easy. They're meant for you to grind. I created this game for people who don't have a lot of time, right? And if you have like 15, 20 minutes for gaming, protect the goat, you get a bonus. Let me know if the music ever gets too loud. So you just need to break 5 crates, and that's the end of the mission, and then you get equipment. If your goat survives, you get a better reward. I'll take that. Die, monster! Ow. I'm gonna go through the crates. What is my... Okay, I do have that flame bow that I got from the vending machine. Ow. But this character is not good. See, like, every character has strengths and weaknesses. This guy isn't really good with ranged stuff, and his attack speed is pretty slow. So, I am just gonna try and play it safe here. Ow. I'm taking a lot of damage already. Come on, hit me. So if you have if you're holding your shield up and then they attack you, your character performs a shield attack. These guys just ruin your day. You need to have a character who has a lot of shield energy. I've got 3 left. You can see it on the top right. Oh yeah, this is one of my games. This is Silver Falls Guardians of Metal Exterminators. It's available on the Switch right now. It's 50% off. There's a ton of playable characters. People love the story. That's what they tell me, that's the whole big thing. And they love the music. So it's really about the vibe, you know? I'm all out of shield. If you look up top on the top right, I do have some special attack left. I'm just gonna break the crates and see what experience points I get. Ow. I'm running. This is bad. I picked a character that was slow, and when you have a mission like break the crates, you should pick a character that's fast. All of the characters have their own strengths and weaknesses, right? And when you're supposed to look at the mission and you pick a character, because you can have tons of different loadouts for all your characters, right? You're supposed to pick a character who fits the mission, and I picked the wrong character. You need a fast character for something like this. I'm getting killed. I'm not even using... This character has slow attack speed, so using a weapon like the flame bow isn't very helpful. And the way that the combat system works, it starts out clunky at first, the combat system, because you upgrade your attack speed, and eventually the attack speed of your weapons increases, and you can cancel the end lag of one weapon by switching to a faster weapon. So just equipping the big weapons is not a good idea. It's good to equip small weapons as well. I didn't even use my gun. I wasn't really paying attention. I'll take the flamethrower. I'll take that. Okay, we'll do it again. We'll do it again. Is there a leveling system? There isn't a level, but there's stats. So you earn EXP. I'll hide the chat for a second. So you see I have 82 EXP there. Oh, cool. I'll upgrade my speed now. I'm in the way. Okay, level up. And then as you upgrade your stats, their story events play out. So let's go ahead. Even if you get killed, right, it's not a waste of time because you still earn experience points when you get killed. Okay, so I need to use 4 health items. Easy mission, right? If you press plus, you can hide the objectives if you don't want it to be in your face. Okay, there's a water bucket. Easy. Okay. You can see that the enemy spawns are totally different depending on where you are. And Bull is not a combo-based character. Some characters are totally combo-based. So how the weapons work, say for example, like if you had a camping knife, that is a smaller, faster weapon. So you can cancel the end lag of the sledgehammer by switching to the knife after you do the sledgehammer. Actually, I just want experience points. So I don't even necessarily need to complete the mission per se, you know? I just want experience points, so let me just kill some enemies here. But I do want to update this game and add more content and have it connect to more of the other upcoming games. I want to add more playable cryptids because you get to play as the cryptids as well. And this character's bad at combos. You see his attack speed was really slow in the beginning. So I don't actually care about completing the mission because I just want to get some experience points. And again, you still get experience points if you get killed. The goat survived in my headcanon. Hey, the goat's still alive. Kill this guy. Leave my goat alone. Leave him alone. Yeah, I just want the experience points. If it's a mission where it says like use health items or break the balloons, then pick your faster characters. This is the slowest character because he's an absolute tank. And of course, it's all about, you know, you can get skilled, like you'll get skilled. Let's say like break a balloon and it boosts, you know, your firepower or whatever. How many experience points did I get? See, I only get 50% because I died. That's still fine, you know. All right, so I hit plus and I'll press R to upgrade. I do, let's see if I have enough for speed. Oh, attack speed is what I need. That's 60? I need 6 experience points. You can upgrade your weapons as well. So every character has a signature skill. This guy's as Trap Expert, so it boosts the damage of trap weapons by 80. But you can upgrade that up to 5 times. So that'll keep doubling up more and more and more. And it gets insanely strong. So it's about taking your character's strength and then leveling up their strength until it becomes absurdly powerful. And then your characters are just killing machines. But you have to work your way there to it. And that's the fun part. So let me just... I just want experience points. I just need 6 points. And then we'll level him up. Because having attack speed is super, super important. Okay, I don't have to worry about a goat this time. Goats are tough as nails. A goat definitely sucks. Oh, you know what? I'll put the chat back. Okay, since we're not looking at the stats anymore. There we go. There's certain skills that'll power you up if you touch that radiation zone. Now. Now, you can change the zoom level as well. Oh. Is the audio level all right? Let me know if the audio level. Does the game become a power fantasy by the end game? Yes. Yes. In a satisfying way. Not like, oh, these characters are supernatural. It's such a tough balancing act with the Silver Falls games because it's supposed to be set in a relatable, realistic world. So I can't have characters shooting, you know, laser beams out of their hands, or no one has telepathic powers or anything like that. But there needs to be a sense of empowerment. And so the game, all of the Silver Falls games start out feeling kind of clunky because there's pretty much always a level up system. And by the end of it, it's about you finding a great combination of skills and putting things together, as you can see through the weapons. And then that's the power fantasy, is you increase your character's stats and then you become strong. It's about you figuring out the skills, and all of a sudden you're doing insane amounts of damage and one-shotting enemies because you've combined the skills and you're using them in an interesting way. All right, let me upgrade my attack speed. I should have enough for that now. And then we might get a cutscene here. Sort of like Hades. Okay, I'll hide the chat and then we'll just enjoy the characters. So again, all of the cutscenes are the characters' dialogue, so there isn't like, you know, characters running and jumping off cliffs and punching boulders. All of the story in this game is depicted through the cutscenes, and it's all about the character interactions in the story. That's what's interesting about it. How do I get out of the way here? I'm trying to hide. I'm trying to hide from the green screen. I'm an idiot. I have instant transmission. And these characters are from Silver Falls Undertakers. You've met these characters. You know what their relationship is like. What are neighbors for? What took you so long? I was in the middle of something when I got your message. The road to my house hasn't been graded yet, and it's rained a lot this season. Sorry, I should have fixed that up. There's more to life than punching things with those big arms of yours, kid. When are you gonna meet a nice girl? I don't know, man. You know, when I was your age, I had girls jumping all over me. I know, you've told me before. Some nights they just show up at my house, 2 or 3 of them with a bottle of wine and a bag of... Whoa, this is a lot of information. Let's just get this job done. What's wrong, kid? Don't you got a special lady in mind? Can't say I ever seen you blush like that before. I'll grade your road this weekend. Why not stop by for a drink while you're at it? I'm too busy for a drink. Got things to do. Yeah, so as you upgrade the character's stats, more and more story events play out. You get to see how characters' relationships have changed over time. But there are many Silver Falls games set in the modern day as well, and you get to learn more about these people as well. Have you played Undertale? I haven't. I've seen a lot of it. It's something that I would like to play, but I don't have a lot of time for games, unfortunately. Shauna is very fun. Hold on. I picked the wrong character. My capture card's starting to get latency, is weird. I'm just trying to... Okay, so Shauna is insane because her signature skill is Sport Expert, which naturally boosts the damage of sport weapons by 30, but of course you can upgrade that. So if I go to upgrade, you can increase that. I can do it now. I don't want to though, but I could. But you can stack it. You can keep upgrading that. The knife I can upgrade. I'll upgrade the knife. 50 experience points. I'll take that. Oh, cool. Another cutscene. Okay. An Undertale playthrough is 5 hours. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, maybe I'll give it a try. All right, let me just get out of the way here. Oh, hi. You startled me. Oh, dearie, are you all right? The way you handled those monsters was pretty impressive. I do not sound like a woman. That's kind, but I'm starting to run out of steam here. You should head on home. It's not safe here. Huh? Oh, I'm from out of town. I love Silver Falls. I was just looking for some new hiking spots. I'm glad you like our little town. It's not always like this. I know. By the way, I'm looking for a lady named Oxa. Have you seen her? Oh. Are you a friend of Oxa's? She's like a niece to me. We just met. She helped me out earlier, but we got split up. I can't just leave. Gotta make sure she's alright. Let's go looking for her together. And if you're looking for hiking spots, I could share a few with you. I work in trail maintenance and know tons of great places right off the top of my head. Oh, you are just an absolute dear. I'd love that. My name is Shauna. I'm Winnie. It's nice to meet you, Shauna. I'm not sure where... So, characters have a percentage on how much of your story how much of their story they viewed. This one's at 30%. Oop. I'm back. Okay. So, characters like this that have a skill, like Winnie has gun expert, so you just want to give her a bunch of guns, basically. Shauna, you want to give her sport weapons. None of these are sport, but you'll get things like golf clubs and baseball bats and baseballs and whatnot. Okay, let's get the chat back as well. It looks more fun than Dragon Age Veilguard for all its flashy combat and perfect animations and particle effects that had bland... undifferentiated actions. Oh, that's a bummer. Silver Falls sounds like Gravity Falls. I haven't seen Gravity Falls. I've seen the first episode because somebody told me I might like it, and that sounded fun. Okay, I'll take the... Ooh, I'll take the cryo spray. Archangelus, thank you very much for that. Good evening. Hope you had a happy new year. I had a very relaxing time, and I rewatched Stranger Things, and I also caught up on season 3 and 4, which I hadn't seen. So, yeah, that was very fun. I've been watching Stranger Things. And I'm just finishing season 2 again. Oh, I'll see if I have any sport weapons here. Baseball bat. Nice. So I'll get a 30% boost on that. Destructive Bandit. This one is pick up moose tokens after breaking a vase. That's so good. That's okay. So if you want to grind for money, this is a weapon that's good for that. Hungry attack speed, boost attack speed after eating a healing item. That's so good. Because this character is already all about combos and fast attack speed. Your game actually has some Stranger Things vibe. It's not intentional. It's mostly because Silver Falls is a sci-fi thing. and it's set in the 80s, you know, so naturally they're kind of similar. All right, so I have 3 weapons here. She has the knife, which you can combo into the cryo spray and the baseball bat. Okay. These guys suck. Like, you have to use ranged weapons for them, or they'll stun lock you, basically. Ow. You can see she's significantly faster than, you know, when I was playing Bull earlier. Okay. Oop. Oh, now I've got input lag on my... See, the tough thing with Silver Falls is, like, how do you make a video game that looks... You know, you have to have a sense of action and flashiness, but one of my priorities is maintaining a sense of groundedness, and that's so tough to do when you have to have big special attacks and enemies. So there's an intentional amount of clunkiness to these characters because it makes them feel like real people. But unfortunately, that ends up being viewed as a negative, is that people don't want games to feel clunky. But it's important for me to maintain that because it keeps these characters feeling like people. There's a relatability to them because they're clunky. And also, it's a sense of empowerment as you level up your characters' stats and as you get abilities that increase your fighting abilities, or you get skills that increase your, you know, that sort of stuff. That's a sense of empowerment. Is the UI placeholder art? No, it's meant to look like Indiglo watches from the 80s. This is what the watches sort of look like. RC Laws 3, thank you for that. Thanks for making the world objectively less awful. I appreciate that. I think you might be giving me too much credit. I just want to make cool stuff and have fun with people. Yeah, I got the watch or clock vibe. Yeah. And that's, you know, the UI is something you can have a lot of fun with. And in this game, it was easier to express it on the 3DS when this was on the 3DS because it was, the bottom screen was permanently, you know, had the glow on it. And it was tough taking the touch screen and putting it on here. I did so poorly on that mission. Yeah. I'll show you some of the cryptids you can play as. This is the first time cryptids are portrayed in any way where you kind of relate to them because you can play as them. And again, you can connect to the other Silver Falls games, even a number of the free ones, and monsters and humans will cross over from those games and you can play as them. So this is the Exterminator. I don't have all of the characters unlocked in this right now. This guy, animating this was a nightmare. I don't know why I did this to myself. I was having fun making the designs, and I didn't think about what a nightmare it was going to be to rig it and animate it. So the cryptids have their own, you know, they don't have a vending machine, but they have their own sort of skill system, their abilities. So you can buy new attacks for them. Again, these are one-time use. Yeah, Flame Spit and Vomit Shot. I don't want to waste my money, though, you know. Looks better than the new Naughty Dog character. I appreciate that. I just want to make cool stuff. I want to make cool characters that people like, and I want to make cool monsters. I'm one of the people out there that's very disappointed with how AAA gaming has been overrun. It's been overrun by politics, and I just want cool stuff, man. I bet you can't make a Silver Falls game on a Pong cabinet. You know, the last time somebody said I couldn't do that, I made Silver Falls on the Pokemon Mini. And of course, you can get the link and play it. So the last time somebody said, I bet you can't make a Silver Falls game for the Vectrix. And so I have an SDK for the Vectrix, and I am learning to do homebrew games for the Vectrix. Uncle Gus, hey, good to see you. I felt a bit silly because I told you that you should stream more, and I can't even watch right now. That's the tough part with streaming, is you have to be free the same time that someone else is available. I'll show you more of the creatures. This is... The Exterminators is a family. It's a line of cryptids. Spikes is one of them. This is such a weird... I want like weird archetypes. So his health is super low. I
I think I've upgraded this guy a fair bit, but he's all about projectiles and attack speed. But like, this is a weird character. This is the opportunity you have when you make monsters playable, is what weird character archetype can you play. Melty, this is one you have to get. This is a promotional character right now. I think you have to have been, when I give the character out. This guy he's from White Inside Its Umbra, the Wii U game. He's fun. Just look at this guy. Look at him. What a fun little guy. Silverfall's on a calculator. I'm not going to lie. I purchased a TI 84 calculator and I started learning programming games for that as well. So at some point in the future, I mean, I'm spoiling it a little bit, but at some point in the future, there will be Silverfall's Terra Incognita, and that will be on the TI calculators. There's no rush for that. I started learning it. It takes a while to learn. Hey, Kenny C, good to see you. How's your violin playing doing? I'll show you the next creature. Geeky Yummy. Personally, I just like chilling. I already do my own stuff, but it's fun chilling with other creatives. Absolutely. That's how I view YouTube, and that's what I want to use YouTube for, is just having fun and hanging out with people. Okay. Oh, an upcoming game is Silverfall's Duck Season. That's high on the priority list. And this will be the creature. This is an enemy in Duck Season. So Silverfall's Duck Season, it's pretty far in development. I'm just waiting for the right time to focus on it. But that will be a DS game and a Switch game. It's called Duck Season, isn't it? And this is the creature. So when you connect Duck Season to this game, this guy will be playable. I did not enjoy animating this guy. It was so frustrating. And then we have the Face Taker. Full disclosure, full honesty here. I forgot I put this guy in the game. I 100% forgot. Look, he's got human teeth. I forgot I put this guy in here. I didn't know. Face Taker is another family of cryptids, and I forgot which Face Taker I chose, and it's this one. You should have any other game IP ideas. I'm working on a number of new IP. A number. So, yeah, I've just got a lot of fun stuff that I want to do. Pop 8 balloons. This guy's not very fast, though. Look, I want to succeed, right? Because I don't have a lot of, weapons for the cryptids right now. So I'm going to pick a fast character, and I will actually try to succeed. So I will pick Spikes, because Spikes is pretty fast, and I will succeed. Oops, hold on. I've got input latency. How do I fix it? What if I disable and re-enable my capture card? Will that fix it? Let me try that. Okay. Capture card. It's a little better. Okay, this guy's pretty fast. I'm just gonna... So the whole point is you look at the mission, and this is pop 8 balloons, and then you pick a character that you think your loadout fits those needs properly. It also tells you the enemy level, so you'll know, like, oh, if it's a high enemy level, you should use a stronger character, or if it's a lower enemy level, you'll know that it's okay to use a weaker character. Okay. He is bald. Are you going to try and port your game that vanished with the 3DS Wii U store into other forms? I am bringing my 3DS games to the Wii U, but White Inside Its Umbra on the Wii U is... I can't bring that to Switch because it requires the gamepad. So if Nintendo ever does a console where you have a tablet-style controller and the screen, then I will remaster White Inside Its Umbra, because that game is really special. I'm getting attacked by these cows here. Something that I want to do, because, like, say for certain things, like when you stagger the cows, for some reason, like the flinching animation didn't play correctly. There's small minor things like that and what happened was I finished this game with an older version of Unity that had very good performance, And after I had finished it and I had prepared it for submission, I had to launch the game. I was on a time thing. Finished the game, submitted it, and then I was told that I was no longer allowed to submit the game using that version of Unity. And it wasn't Nintendo's policy, it was Unity's policy. And so I was forced to use the latest version of Unity, and I had to take this game, and if you are in development, you should know you can never do that. You cannot just change the version of software that you're using. And what happened was I had to launch the game immediately. And this game was made with an older version. I was forced to just paste it into the new version of Unity, and it broke a ton of stuff. So there's things like, there's a couple glitches, mostly visual stuff. Say, for example, like when you flinch the cow, like he just floats back instead of being hit properly. It's small things like that Unity broke a bunch of things in my game because I was forced to use the newest version, which had a bunch of things wrong with it. And it's so frustrating, but those are things that you have to deal with as a developer. And you have to accept the responsibility of it because you're the one making the game. This is a cool ability. I like this one. It leaves spikes on the ground. They do a lot of damage. Okay, I gotta find more balloons to pop. And that's one thing that really bummed me out about this game, was that this game was better. There was more polish. There wasn't the glitches, the logical glitches that are in here. And then I was just forced to submit the game using a different version of Unity, and it broke a ton of stuff. And it would have taken weeks to fix it, and I didn't have that time. So that was really frustrating for me. I said I was going to succeed, and I failed on that mission. So please make a Silver Falls cartoon. I would love to. I would really love to. You know what they say, all balls have thorns. Ink blot character, you're right. It's an ink blot test. You see what you want to see. So yeah, this will be from an upcoming Silver Falls game called Face Takers. Reminds me of arcade jank. As an old, it's a lot more charming than off-putting. There's a degree of that, you know, like if it's not intrusive, that sort of thing is pretty fun, you know. But again, in the future, I will update this and I'll fix the issues. At the moment, I don't have time to update this, but I will in the future. So, yeah. And then here's one of people's favorite characters is Maverick D. Moose here. Do you know Chris Chan? No, I don't know. Who is that? Oh, let's give him something. Mega Axe. I'm so slow. Please, I need speed. This is a character that's frustrating early on because you really need to put experience points in the speed stat. He's been asking that since earlier. Is that a reference to something? A throwing spear. Cattle prod is good. Flame bow stick. So, yeah, that's Guardians of Metal Exterminators, and, you know, people really enjoy the music. I'm trying to remember how I did it. I think there's two halves to this. Did I split the soundtrack? Let me play as a cryptid again. I'm not sure if I split the soundtrack between the cryptids and the humans. Somebody save the animals. I think there are tracks that only play for the cryptids and tracks that only play for the humans. Okay, no, I'm gonna ignore these guys. I'm gonna go for the equipment so I can get new equipment. I'm already dying. These guys are doing so much damage. There's a difficulty reset. At the end of the day, the enemy levels reset so that you can have an easier time leveling up your weaker characters again. And again, this is where I have to improve as a developer because I didn't explain that. I didn't tell anyone that. So there's a number of things that I know that I need to keep improving. Is this on Switch 2? I don't know anything about the Switch 2, guys. My uncle does not work for Nintendo and may or may not have had an affair. Chris Chan is the most documented man on the internet. I don't know him. I've never met him. I don't know anything about him. I've never seen a Chris Chan video. I wonder if I could... Okay, you know what? I'll show you Undertakers. Because I think my Switch wants to take a break. I think my Joy-Con might die soon. So yeah, this is a game that's just meant to be very chill. For people that don't have a lot of time. You know, you don't have to worry about... One of the problems I have with games is I forget where I am in the story. Whereas this, it all takes place in a hub area. So even if you haven't played the game for 6 months, you can always hop back into it. Okay, if you give me a second, I'll just prepare this next situation here. We'll place Undertakers a little bit, but my studio's heating up. You can see me sweating because I don't have air conditioning in here. All right, I'm back. All right, so, okay, we'll close that. I've got a bunch. When I'm off stream, I work very fast, so I'm going to do all of the modeling for the Snowmon characters today. All right, full screen maybe. So this is the web browser version. I'll put the link in the description. Let me just grab the link really quick then. Here we go. What is a Chris Chan? Who? He had an affair with his mother? That sounds... Oh dear, that's not quite right, is it? Very Oedipus of him. Oh no, that's not good. If you ever see a Sonichu medallion, do not approach it. What is that? What's a Sonichu medallion? So this is a free version of Silver Falls Undertakers. It's the full version of Game A, but it doesn't have the other game modes. If you happen to find it for the Wii U, there's a Wii U version that's pretty cool, and the 3DS version is the original. All right, this just has the story mode. Let's just have a little bit of fun, and I'll see how much I can go through it. But there is a map for the game, and I strongly recommend using the map. It's on the Silver Falls website. You really need a map, though. Okay, let's just play a little bit of the game. Okay. And this is all about the experience and the vibe. Game A doesn't have combat. Game B is all about combat. So I split that into 2 modes. But the online, you know, this is the free online web browser version. It doesn't have Game B. It only has... Okay. I don't know why there's input lag, but it's driving me insane. Nope. That'll help. This is all about enjoying the lore and the story and the vibe. And okay, so I see now that I'm in the way of the dialogue, and I'm wondering how I can no longer be in the way of the dialogue. Let's let the artist show us his art instead of trying to deal psychic damage to him. Will I receive psychic damage if I look up a Sonichu medallion? Hey, Uncle Gus, you'd be proud of me. I took my family for an adventure through an old ruined gold mine. Yeah, that's awesome. How cool. Through some mine shafts and things. It was pretty rad. So cool. What state was it in? What do you think? I could post some pics. Yeah, that's awesome. Let's see that. Family adventures are the coolest. Oh, this is a little bit of a shortcut if anyone wants to play this. This tree right here, it just saves you a bit of walking. I thought it'd be nice to have shortcuts like that, as games, you know, from the NES era tended to have this. So this was so fun, style matching the Atari 2600. One of the limitations of the 2600 is that you can only have colors, different colors on a sprite horizontally, but not vertically. So all of your colors have to be, your different colors on a sprite have to be horizontal. You couldn't have different colors horizontally, it has to be vertical. And that's just a fun challenge to try and create art that matches keeping those limitations in mind. I'm just going to hide a little bit, and maybe we'll just sort of, what if I hide the chat? No, I'll move the chat. We don't need to hide the chat. There. Hey, Fox Hills, good to see you. Oh, but if there's an item on the screen, the chat's, I won't be able to see it. Oh well. Okay. This game is similar to adventure games from the 2600. I designed it specifically to pay homage to the 2600. And it is about finding out where the items are and then bringing items to certain locations. There's a lot of story and a ton of lore in this. So if you enjoy lore and story, and again, Silver Falls is all about spending time with these interesting characters. You spend time with characters and you learn a massive amount of lore, and there's just fun stuff. It's just fun to spend time in this era. Mia Camilla, hey, good to see you. Glad to see that you stream. Your videos are refreshing. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, we're just hanging out. We were doing 3D sculpting early. I need to update that. Sorry about that. Here, we'll start that dialogue. What was your most played game for the 2600? For me, it's probably Enduro and River Raid. River Raid. I think River Raid was my most played one on the 2600. A very reminiscent of Atari Dungeons and Dragons. They had a Dungeons and Dragons? I did not know that. I'm going to look for it after this. And the whole Silver Falls series is designed to be played in any order. And your experience through Silver Falls is unique to you based on the order in which you experience the events and the characters, because you think differently of characters and you think differently of people based on when you get to know them. And so there are characters in Silver Falls that you might really dislike, and you might think that character is just a jerk. I hate that character. But someone else, a different player, will say, no, man, I really like that character. And it's because of the order in which you meet these characters and you see what they've done with their lives. You see how they deal with other people. There are some... Okay, there's one item I know that I need. I'm trying to get to the diner here. There is a map on the website. I strongly recommend using the map as well. I always wanted to make the map available so people could buy it as a poster, and then they can look at it. Each of your Silver Falls game is a different genre and style. Yes, yes. Some of them try to style match in a particular decade, and then I create the game to try and match that decade as well. So not just, you know, in terms of visuals and sound, but the philosophy of that era, the vibe, like what people care about, what they wanted, what they were afraid of. It really varies from decade to decade, you know. Gobble, gobble, it's me, the pancake gobbler. Oh man, I'm feeling as baked as a pancake right now. Hey, Brock, Happy New Year. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming to hang out. The stars are falling out of the sky, man. Do you think this suit actually tastes like pancakes? Should I take a bite? Oh man, I just gotta know. This is the pancake gobbler. Pancakes aren't baked though. You're right. You're absolutely right. All right. You could talk to these people. There are pancakes and first aid. I'm thinking about which one I need to take. I'll take the pancakes. Hi there, Bull. Do you want some pancakes? Yep. Oh, that's right. You're camping out with your friend tonight, aren't you? You boys have fun out there. Okay, so I need to give the pancakes to somebody, so... I love the gore in this game. It's... I don't want to spoil things, but that's part of the charm, is I specifically chose this aesthetic because it's connected to a lot of our childhood. You expect a game like this to be appropriate for kids and to look a certain way, to not have certain kind of content. And this story is about Bull losing his childhood innocence because of the creatures that show up and the things that he has to deal with. And I was able to share that feeling with the player by presenting the game in a way that seems like it should be for kids, but a curtain is pulled back and it's significantly more brutal than you would think it is. And that's the whole feeling that this character is experiencing, is life just got way more brutal than he expected. I think I'm going to make a game, but I'll need to choose an engine. That's right, yeah, you do have to pick an engine. That's a lot of it. It comes down to what your skill level is and what platform you want to make the game for. It's good to start, if you're learning, it's good to start by using a game engine that allows you to use a drag and drop method without learning coding. Learning coding takes a long time and it's a gradual process. So if you can use drag and drop or a visual interface, then you can start learning the game development process without having to learn something else as well. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out where things are. Yeah, I could have been protested for being too gory. Game Maker Studio is an excellent option to start out because you can learn what it takes to make a game without having to learn coding. And you can have a functional game. Learn modding Unity games with DN Spy. That sounds cool. What is that? A huge appeal of this game is the media that you find that's sort of sitting around. There are some Captain Bang comics on the ground. Noble Courage, issue 6. Captain Bang meets Full Moon the horse in this one. Willie gave me this issue. Grandpa said I can learn horseback riding if I get good grades. He said his friend who raises horses has one that looks just like Full Moon. I'd call myself a competent software developer. I write test automation for a living. Oh, okay. Yeah. You've already got a decent understanding of that then. And I've made little tinkery games before, but nothing full scale. Yeah, I think you've already got a good head start. DNSpy decompiled .NET DLLs. Oh, okay. That's cool. Sam, is that you, boy? Come here. Oh, you're not. Beat it, runt. I don't want nothing to do with you. I don't feel like tangling with your granddad, so scram. He won't take the burger, though. There's a crumpled up magazine on the ground here. Lovely space babes, hungry for love. Whoa, I'll get in trouble for looking at this. I better not tell Grandpa I found this. I wonder where it came from. Adonis Adams, you got RPG Maker MV on Steam. What do you think of it so far? Are you going all right with it? What is the hardest thing you've ever done? Family stuff. That's probably not family stuff. That's probably not appropriate for a fun, lighthearted YouTube hangout. Pitfall was a technological marvel. Oh my God, I know. There's like multiple screens. There's so many, there's so much stuff going on in Pitfall. I'm a big Pitfall fan. Played a ton of Pitfall. Thanks for the laid-back stream. Have a great day. Hey, thanks for hanging out. We'll see you. There's a crumpled magazine. There's a crumpled up magazine with pages torn out on the ground here. Lonely lumberjacks in the summer sun. Whoa, what is this? I've never seen anything like it. It's full of photos of... I have a feeling I'll get in big trouble for looking at this. We'll leave that magazine on the ground. We won't be adding that to the inventory. Did you play Darkseid? I don't know what Darkseid is. I'd have to look that up. Star Raiders, anyone? Grew up playing that? With my dad. Star Raiders. What's... Hold on. That sounds familiar. Star Raiders. No. I don't think I've... I don't recognize this. Oh! Yeah, I've played that. I've played that. I didn't recognize the name, but I have played that. Yeah. Man, I love stuff that looks like this. So cool. That stuff's fun. Oop. Let's see what this one says. Oh, this game got dark when you first see the guy dragging himself with no legs. Yeah, that was the moment in this where you realize, uh-oh, this is a little more serious than it seems. So each game is a different theme / genre, but they are all made for the same system or different consoles and platforms. They're made for different platforms. They're Nintendo exclusive. The commercial games are Nintendo exclusive, but I do make homebrew games, which are still 100% canonical. They're still important to the story. But those are free, and those I can make for legacy platforms. I can make them for any old platform that I want, and they're non-commercial. Come on. Yeah, I got away. So the Undertakers may seem like they kind of ruin your day, but you do learn where each Undertaker brings you, and you can use the Undertakers as a fast travel system to get from place to place. Oh, haven't used it yet. I'm glad you picked it up, and I hope that when you do use it, you have a lot of fun. It's really good for what it does. It does so much to help you. And again, it's about learning the process of taking your ideas and making it functional. No, please, please. Hey, Skybreath, thanks for coming to hang out. This is my game, Silver Falls Undertakers. This is the free version that you can play in your web browser. So you can play this right now if you want. I'll put the link in the description again. And let me get the link for the map. Because I always intended for there to be a map that people could buy, but I haven't sorted that out yet. Oop. Any Undertakers? Okay, there is a map. This second link is the map. I strongly recommend using the map. It really does help. I wanted people to be able to buy the map as a poster, and then I wanted to include a pack of stickers, and then you can use the stickers to place the items as you find them in the game. You know, it feels like something that would have been done in the 80s. Would you ever put yourself into a game as a character? Only as a joke. I wouldn't do it seriously. No, please! Oh, I was going places. Undertakers. That's all right, that's all right. Fox, hey John, how's it going? I know it is off topic, but do you have new woodworking projects? I just ordered the supplies for the one I'm working on. Nice, I'm building a bowed banjo. There's an instrument called a psaltery. It starts with a P. And I'm making a band. I keep walking into him. I should walk around because I know where he is. Yeah. So I've just picked up some material for that. There's a couple parts that I need. But yeah, I'm doing a bowed psaltery, and that's for banjos. Grandpa's playing banjo in space. I need to walk around that guy. Would ever make a new IP? Absolutely, yeah. Well, Grandpa's playing banjo in space is a new IP for me. Desperado Star. I'm so amped. I am so amped for Desperado Star. I got thrown off topic. So Desperado Star is my next commercial game. It is an on-rails RPG where the game handles all the navigation for you. You handle all the menu stuff. You control a mecha in the futuristic Wild West, and the mecha are called Desperados. And you fight mechanical enemies called Mavericks. So there's actually two forms of mecha in this lore in Desperado Star. There's an older technology called Organistas, and I was inspired to create Organistas. Organistas are like the prototype mecha, and they are powered by bellows. So if you think about a church organ, you know how church organs have all those stops and the pedals that you step on and the hand things. I thought to myself one day, how cool would it be if there was like a mecha that you controlled the same way you controlled a church organ? And so that was my idea for the Organista. And then I thought, but it's quite primitive, isn't it? So maybe that technology would lead to something better. And then that is where the Desperados come from. The Desperados are more advanced, but there's still some Organistas that exist in the world of Desperado Star. Now the thing with Desperados is that they can overheat, whereas Organistas draw their power from air pressure. So later on in the series, if people like Desperado Star and I can keep making new games, then I will have it to where people can either pilot Desperados or Organistas. And with the Organistas, they're totally different because they can't overheat. They rely on air pressure, so they're a little bit different, and their strengths and weaknesses lie, you know, in other ways. You're carving some stocks for your shotgun. Nice! That's awesome. What wood do you have? How hard is it to make a game like the one on the screen? Relatively easy. This one is just an adventure game. It doesn't have a save file system. It doesn't have an inventory system. You see that you only have one item on screen, and you can use that. This is story mode. Story mode doesn't really have combat, but there is a battle mode called Game B, and Game B it's all combat focused, and there's way more to it. There's leveling up your character stats. So that allows me to deliver focused experiences in the different game modes. That's covered in blood, the pages cannot be read. The numbers 1964 can barely be seen beneath the thick, oily liquid. No, I was reading! Oh my god, I was reading. Every time I read. Ooh, flashlight, I need that. And this story mode is about finding the right items and bringing it to the right characters in order to save them. It's so crunchy down here. Have you ever played Hotline Miami? I haven't. I have seen it. It looks like something I would really enjoy. I left the gun, so you can only carry one item. Something like this, it doesn't take a huge amount of time, but it takes a huge amount of planning. It's the planning that takes the most time and effort. But you can make a game like this with less experience. An adventure style game like this is appropriate if you're early on in your game development journey. What is that Eldritch Abomination? That's called an Undertaker. That's what the game is named after. And it is an enemy. Functionally, it does just ruin your day, but you can use it as a fast travel system because each Undertaker stays in a specific area, so you can actually use them for fast travel because each one only brings you to one specific spot. Yeah, I would love to make a Silver Falls cartoon. I'm not an animator for cartoons. Oh, there's a big one! There's a big one! Design takes longer than you think. Yeah, it's the planning, it's deciding, and it's coming up with something cohesive that makes sense. That's what takes time. Okay, I'm just gonna see who's down here. Oh! His head is no longer attached. His eyes are staring directly at me. It's almost as if he is asking, why didn't you save me? Yikes. Oh, is that the crutch? Can I pick up that crutch? He's taking a nap. Okay. Okay, guy. We already talked. I know I didn't save you. Okay, yeah, I see. Oh, I do know where he is though, so I'll take the crutch. I do know where that kid is. I'm gonna look around some more. It is maple and will be stained mahogany. Very nice. Man, woodworking is so satisfying. Please didn't see me. Did he see me? Oh man. This is a dangerous area. Okay, there's a framed photo of a happy looking family here. Mom, dad, son, daughter. The frame looks like it was handmade, made from popsicle sticks and macaroni. It's too bad this photo will never end up where it was meant to go. Ah, that's a shame. Oh, you need an item to get him last, maybe like a blindfold? What is the current simple logic explanation on infinite random map, just like what's on the game Death Must Die in Halls of Torment? I'm not sure exactly what your question is. I'll read it again. There is nothing left of his face. The gurgling sound, a gurgling sound is coming from the claw marks that have shredded his throat. I want to look him in the eyes, but it's like staring into a bottomless chasm. Should I reach out and try to comfort him? Maybe he's already dead. Find crutch. Rescue Duke. Largely, a large reason why people really like this character and they feel connected to this character is because you are experiencing these things with the character, and that is the brand of storytelling that I believe in. I needed to give the flashlight to this kid, so I know where this kid is now. But I want each game to feel like you are meeting these characters, you have become their friend, and you are experiencing these events with these people. Because this is a kid, because the game is presented in a way that it's meant for kids, and it just feels so traumatizing, and these events that you experience are so upsetting, you know that they're life-changing. It feels like you've experienced those life-changing events with these characters, and that's why people like this character so much, Bull Brandish. And I played as him earlier in the other game. When you play the other Silver Falls games, you connect these, and then Bull can leave this game and become playable in the other games. You get to spend more time with him, and you get to see how it's changed him, or how it shaped him as an adult. You can see that he's not pretty friendly. He's not that fun to be around. He's a real downer. And it's because these have... Oh, come on, I was talking to somebody. That guy. I know it's fractal math. I'm bad at advanced math. I can do algebra? Fractals allow for infinite generation, but at extremes will always start to break down. That's fascinating. I find that interesting, but I don't have a strong understanding of it, and I'm not good at it. Yeah, I'm playing those games, and I did not even reach the end of the map. All right. Bull Brandish, his 80s chest hair instantly makes him cool. Is this a tribute to Atari's ET? Absolutely. Absolutely. It's a tribute to the Atari 2600, but dropping people into the pits. No, I want to keep the crutch because I know where the kid is that needs the crutch. I'm going there now. The way that if you don't let go of the button at the right time when you're crawling out of the pit, that is something that gave me so much frustration as a kid. And I just wanted to share, that frustration with other people in a modern environment, in the modern day, you know. A fractal by definition is a shape, no matter how much you zoom in, is made up of itself. This is ET on steroids. I downloaded this cool fractal generator program that makes fractal images just to look at. It was really cool. I don't fully understand it. It almost melted my computer, but I thought it was very cool. The kid's right here. I'm sure of it. People asked me when I released this game, they asked me why there isn't a save file system, why there isn't a save file for the story mode. And the reason being, my reasoning is, the save file is in your heart. And people thought I was joking, but I mean that, because games from this era, from the 70s and 80s, The save file was in your heart. You felt connected to the game. You had to remember what was in the game if you wanted to play it. And that was what allowed you to build a relationship with the game. You felt connected to it. When you have a save file and the game remembers everything for you, you care less. Because there's no reason for you to remember it. There's no reason for you to build a connection or a relationship to it. And I wanted people to have a connection to these characters and this story. There's a handwritten letter on the ground here. Dear Mr. Brandish, my dad and I really love watching your show, The Midnight Realm, together. Why did you cancel the show? Is it true you have more episodes to show? My dad is sick and the doctors say he probably doesn't have long to live. If you made more episodes of our favorite show, it would make my dad super happy. Maybe it would make Dad feel better and he will stop being sick. Thank you for making our favorite show. Love, Shellaby Summers. That's a guilt trip. Give advice for someone who wants to make games for mobile. Don't try to monetize your game. If you want to make a game for mobile, then my advice is make something fun that you like and don't try to monetize it. Once you try to monetize your game, you're going to lose sight of creativity and fun, and it will become a miserable experience trying to monetize your game. So if you're early on, and if you haven't made a game before, don't try to monetize it. It's going to ruin the experience for you. Any idiot can finish a game with a save system because you just keep trying each sequence until you get past it. Exactly. Whereas a game like this is how games would have been played in the 70s and 80s. We built connections, like we are connected to those games because we had to memorize everything. And it was like we had a relationship to it. I know this kid is here. Why am I not good at finding this hole? The Undertakers drag you into this hole. Why can't I find it? There it is. This is the wrong hole. I hope you included some Indiana Jones in this as well as E.T. It's a little bit, because you have to know where the items are. You can only carry one item at a time. Like, I've got the crutch right now, and I have to take it to the kid who's broken his leg, and I thought he was here, but I can't find him. And I do have a map. There is a map. I put the link to the map on the website, and it's meant to help you memorize where it is. Some games you had to get down to muscle memory. Yeah, and it's knowing where things are. If you played this game enough, you would just know. You would know where each of the kids are, because each kid is asking for a certain item in order for you to save them. Did you ever find the Soul of Wells in Indiana Jones? Always got stuck in the original. I didn't get far in the oh, where's he taking me? Oh, there's no one in this one. Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't realize she was here. Okay, so functionally, the Undertakers do actually help you because they help you find the kids. Okay. Please bring me rope. I need rope. Where is this? I'm going to look at the map. Well, no, I have the map here. Because I just want to give this kid a stupid crutch. Where is it? Did I close? I closed the link that had the map. I should put the link. I'll put the link. I'm going to edit this later, and I'm going to put... I'll link the map directly on this page. I don't know why I didn't think of that sooner. Oh god, E.T. I had a copy of that game. I had that. I grew up with E.T. It gave me a lot of angst as a kid. Because in my child brain, I knew that Zelda was better, and that, like, my brain couldn't process E.T. was like Zelda, but worse. That's what my brain thought. So I grew up with that, and I did not have fun with it. And yeah, and I got stuck in Indiana Jones because I didn't have the instruction manual, so I always wandered around. Ever worn a belted sweater? What is a belted sweater? We're looking it up. How do I exit out of this? I don't know how to get out of full screen. Belted sweater. My studio is very hot right now because I don't have air conditioning in here. And I feel like I'm wearing a belted sweater. What is this? Is that what you mean? Have I ever worn that? I have never worn that. You should make a music album. That would be fun. I'd really like to do that. I mostly only do music for my games. Is that something Nomura would come up with as a Kingdom Hearts design? Yeah. Well, who did Lulu for Final Fantasy X? Because her dress was all belts. Yeah. There's so much stuff coming out of his body. He's trying to utter his last words, but he can't. Oops, all belts. Yeah, that's what Lulu's dress was. Oops, all belts. If there's belts and zippers, it's Nomura. Don't forget tassels. Nomura went through a stage where there's just tassels on everything. Little dangly things. I saw that when I was younger and I thought, like, what's the deal? He's really got a tassel phase going on. Hey, Sungren, do you like YouTube from 2005, 2013? I used YouTube. I mean, I watched YouTube from that era, so I've enjoyed YouTube from then. I really need the map. I can't... I know the kid is somewhere around here. Little jerk, where are you? I'm gonna do this. They call this threading the line. You could cover covering two planes of existence by threading the line. Oh god, yeah, the tassels for Organization 13. Like, so as a young... When you want to create art, you're creating your own characters, you look to the professionals in the industry for an example, right? And I looked to Final Fantasy as an example. So as a young man and I'm drawing and coming up with characters, I was confused and I was wondering, like, should my characters have tassels also? When I saw the zippers happening, I thought, like, should I have zippers on my characters? Foreign user, hey, thanks for that. I appreciate that. Did you ever do like a run with the sphere grid where you tried to get Lulu to be like physically strong, where you get her on the sphere grid, where you just like increase her physical power? That was like my dream was, oh, I'll make her, you know, as strong as Auron. Sid must have been very confusing. Let's get Doom to run in silver walls. Just imagine how many zippers will be broken after a month of wearing a Final Fantasy or Kingdom Hearts outfit. That must be expensive doing cosplay, like a Kingdom Hearts cosplay, because you got to put a lot of zippers on everything. Run away, find the sheriff. I'm not going to make it. Just leave me. Sorry, Grandpa. You need to save Grandpa's life. Find first aid. First aid is easy. You go back to the diner. Again, you could use the map. I strongly recommend using the map. Definitely Atari's 2600 vibes. Yeah, I stuck with the limitations as much as I could. It's really the resolution is where I pushed, you know, like I broke the limits, because it's, you need to push certain things. You need to break certain rules. But things like having, like for example, his hands, right? You can't have different colors on horizontal lines. So I couldn't have hands on him, so they have to be transparent. So you see the ground beneath that. And if you see sprites from that era, that's how it was. Where is this stupid kid? When you're paying attention to the game, you do better, right? You play better. You're supposed to memorize where the items and the kids are. Is this it? No! I've been in here already! Sebas Maita, I wish I were even a fraction of the human being you are. You're giving me too much credit. I don't think you're giving yourself enough credit. I'm just the most normal, most normal person. Let's hire a true makeup artist to make Sungren to not look like himself. What is this? There's a personal tape cassette player. I put the full name in there, personal tape cassette player. It's still playing a tape cassette, but it's just giving off a creepy hissing, screeching noise. I don't even think they could be called sprites in 2600. I think you're right. Probably directly accessing memory for each pixel. I do have Homebrew in development for the 2600. People want an actual 2600 version of this game, so if I do, it'll be a battle mode for so the Undertakers are not taking me to the kid that I need to get to. I'm just going to wander to an Undertaker and hope that he takes me where I need to go. In these interesting times, what we need more than anything is normalcy. You know, I'd be happy if things got less interesting. If interesting means that the weird political stuff and that our movies and video games kind of suck. No, not him, please, not him. He takes me to the wrong spot. It's just that you were very eloquent. Thanks. Thanks. I could play any game like this if the music is good. This one doesn't have music, right? Because I wanted it to feel genuine to Atari 2600, but something I always hear from people is they love Silver Falls music. They always want more music. So this is a situation where I have to be willing to accept the feedback and change a little bit. Like, I do not believe that you should compromise your vision for other people, but you have to be willing to understand and accept the appeal. I didn't think my music was all that special, but people keep telling me that they love the music and they want more. I updated my first game with a patch just to add more music because people wanted more. So I'm bringing this game to the Switch with new game modes, and I will create a soundtrack for this game mode. And it's not a matter of me compromising my vision. It's me listening to the people who enjoy my games and understanding, okay, I get it. You want more from this. You want music for the story mode. So I will do that. So it'll be optional. You can play through the game in original mode, and then there'll be sort of a remaster mode that'll have music. And if there's other features that people want, then I'll consider it. There's a detached arm. It looks like it was reaching out desperately for help. There's a detached... Oh, hold on. There's a Night Ranger action figure on the ground here. It is missing its left arm, just like... Well, it's poetic. Were you inspired a bit by the E.T. game on Atari while making this? Absolutely. Dad was trying to teach me what irony is. Is this it? I forget a lot of the dialogue I put in these games. What do you think old YouTube... What do you think of old... I think old YouTube was fun. Before the monetization, it was very fun. And I knew... Is this what I need? Dang it. Oh. Do you read the Bible? I don't. I went to church a lot when I was younger with my family. I don't read the Bible. But I did a long time ago. Is that a pile of guts? It's whatever you think it is. What I love about this style of visual storytelling, it's abstraction. You're creating a visual to share the idea of something. You are expressing the idea of something. This isn't guts. But when you look at it, you get to fill in the blanks. You become involved with the visual storytelling, and you have to try to discern what that is. That's two-way storytelling. That is what allows people to become invested and connected to something. Wait, this guy he might be the one that I need. Please? Is this it? Oh my God. That's the one that I wanted. Thank you. Okay, thank you. And it's stuff like this, like if you remembered where things were, it'd be easier, you know? Evocative art, yeah. Gummy worms. Look, if you want it to be gummy worms, that's what it is. That's the whole point of this style of game and this style of visual storytelling, is the player gets to pick. If they want it to be gummy worms, then that's what it is. It's spaghetti. Exactly. It can be spaghetti. I'm sure they do. People have conventions for crazier things. Just look at the furry festivals. Is it... Internet Historian has done a video about the rainforest. That video is so fun. I really enjoy Internet Historian. Did I hear you right? You were porting this to Switch? Absolutely. So I will create a full soundtrack because people love Silver Falls music so much. So this game mode will have a full soundtrack, and then I'm adding new game modes as well. Volunteer work is good for your soul. Absolutely. It's important to find a way to give back to other people, to contribute to community in some way. And not everyone has the time for that. Some of us have families that need us, that need our support a significant amount, and our energy and time needs to go to supporting family, especially those with issues with health. And so not everyone has that time that they have available to contribute. Do you know about Wendigoon? Oh man, yeah, I enjoy Wendigoon. I really enjoy Wendigoon videos. What a vibe. Galaxy Bound Curse still on hold. Luna Knights, I'm glad you asked. The next Silver Falls game that will launch is the Galaxy Bound Curse remake for the Switch. I'm just gonna grab a coffee, so I'll be right back, okay? Hold on, let me put my message up. Okay, I will be right back. Saw this from social admin. Thank you very much for that. Just wanted to appreciate the video you made on Scarlet Violet from a dev perspective. It was amazing. Do you think Legends ZA will be a lot smoother? Hey, I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. And I'm glad you liked the video. It's a bummer that the game launched so rough because it built such a negative reputation for the game. But I really enjoy it. I had fun with it, and from a development standpoint, I see things could have been different. The game could have turned out a lot better. I do think Legends ZA will be much smoother. If they keep their team members that have been gaining experience working in 3D environments, I'm certain Legends ZA will be the most polished game that Game Freak has done so far. Okay, I'm just gonna grab a coffee. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. So unfortunately, oh, I should have put the music back on. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't show you Game B mode because Game B mode is not available in the web browser version. So I am working on the Switch version of this. It will have even more playable characters. Game B mode is all about the combat, where Game A is all about the story. There's, each character has their own unique weapon loadout, and then there's stat development, there's temporary stat boosts. It's very fun. People told me this is one of the more underrated games in the series because it looks simple, but there's a lot of depth to it. Okay, I'll take the gun. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Okay. There is a biker gang that is trying to assault a young lady, and you have to shoot the biker gang leader, and I think you access it up here. So let me go ahead and do that. I found this for $6 yesterday at the shop. It's like crazy good quality too. Very difficult to drink out of. I'm gonna mute the audio while I drink out of it so it's not gross. Oh man, hot coffee feels good. Hot coffee feels good. Fox, I was just asking if you have any suggestions for a good wood inlay glue. What sort of inlay? I personally use what brand is it that we use here in Australia? I can't say the name of the brand because I don't know it off the top of my head. I just keep I pick the same one for things like that. Let me just look it up. See, I'm in Australia. We have totally different stuff. I wouldn't use something like, I wouldn't use Gorilla Glue or nail glue. Something that, see, I would personally use Type Bond, but I'm not an expert when it comes to doing inlays and doing inlay glue. I wouldn't use something like Gorilla Glue. I would personally use Type Bond. I want something where I can put a very small amount on it because you don't want the seepage, but I'm not an expert on that. I think there will be other people that are more experienced when it comes to wood inlays. Where is it? Are you originally from the States? Yes, I'm originally from California. I'm very much a mountain and a country boy. The wavy lip of the mug looks, it's very tricky. This is the worst mug that I have so far in terms of practicality, and that makes it one of my favorites. Called BitView epoxy. No, Tite Bond is just a wood glue. It dehydrates and it hardens. I saw this one YouTube channel where the guy was experimenting for making his own homemade epoxy. Whoa, out of what? That's crazy. I might have to fix a clothes dryer in the near future. I had to fix my dryer last year. Something about the belt slipped off or something weird, something like that happened. If you can fix it, then that's very convenient. No, I swapped out the bow. Damn, I need to go back and get the gun. What coffee are you drinking? It better not be Nescafe Gold. No, ever since, no. I don't know, it's just some generic black coffee. What brought you down under? I wanted to put myself through the education system and not be in debt for the rest of my life. And if I were to try to do college in California, it would have made me be in debt for the rest of my life. Okay, take the gun. No. Earlier in the stream, when I was playing Guardians of Metal Exterminators, and there's the story segment with Bull and his neighbor. This is the neighbor. So you get to see how these characters' lives continue on throughout different decades. Is it pretty difficult to get a dev kit for Switch from Nintendo? It is. You have to show them proof that you can develop a game for the Switch and that you are reasonably competent. You do have to show evidence of some experience in game development. It's because they have a limited number that they can distribute. Can I tell you about a website? It depends on what the website is. Okay, so you walk through this mysterious door, you end up somewhere else. This is instant coffee. I only drink the very worst, the most plain, simple coffee. You need to see a website called BitView. I'm gonna type that in now, actually. BitView. What is it? What does it do? It's the best place to share your videos and the world, your videos with the world and your friends and family. Okay, bit of a run-on sentence, but that's fine. Beats you into a pulp if you get in his way. Ain't nothing can stop him. He ain't scared of nothing. Where at? Oh, here I am. Okay, so we'll talk to these gang members. This is a biker gang. Yeah, Bone Grizzly is the toughest, strongest dude. I love watching the boss do his thing. He's the best. I'm just gonna hide the chat for a second so we can fully see. Ooh. Okay. Our boss, Bone, always has his way with the girls. He's so tough, he always get what he wants. Talk to her. Oop. No, thank you. They've tied me up. This rope is hurting my hands. I don't know why they suddenly have a drawl. Okay. Hey, girly, you're on fire, baby. You heard of me, right? I'm Bone Grizzly. I'm the boss. He's the boss. Let me show you why they call me Bone. Now, there's a guy that'll give you a hint here on what you're supposed to do. Is it this guy? I'll talk to this guy here. Back off, buckaroo. I can't let you leave here. It's the boss's orders. Yeah, okay, I get it. I get it. This is actually the bar that's in the other Silver Falls games. This is the bar. Knock me down dead. I hate when the boss gets like this. Bone wasn't always like this, but lately he acts like he owns the world. I wish I had the spine to stop him. This won't end well. The only thing he's scared of is guns, and he won't let us carry any. There's your hint. This guy says that he won't let his gang carry guns. So you take the gun, and you go to the biker gang boss, and you shoot him. You little jerk, you actually shot me? I ought to break your face. So somebody call an ambulance. I'm bleeding. This kid is insane. Let's get out of here. Okay, see how the rope came off? So now you can take the rope. It's a rope for climbing. And then you can talk to the girl. You actually shot Bone Grizzly? I spelled his name differently in 2 different text boxes. Thank you, you saved me. My name is Oxa. What's your name? So this girl that you saved, who was about to get assaulted by this biker gang, she is the main character in the game that I played earlier in the stream, the Guardians and Metal Exterminators. So now she's the main character in that game. And it's set in the 80s, which is, it's 12 to 14 years after this game takes place. And now I have rope. And the events of Bull shooting Bone with the gun, that's carried through. You see the effects of that all throughout the other stories and the other characters. Okay, let's get the chat back in. Hey, whoa. Nolito, here you go, homie, for all the good content. Let's get you a burger. I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's so cool. I think you know what? I will go have a burger for lunch. I really appreciate that. Whoa, that guy said something kind of mean to me. Guitar neck inlays. Oh, you mean mother of pearl? Ah, I gotcha. Nice. Oh, you're tempted to try the stuff they use on guitar neck inlays. Ah, okay. I see. I see. I haven't used BitView before. I've just looked it up. I've got it here. I'll keep looking at it. I like that your games are interconnected. For Silver Falls, the whole point is a story. It's this long-running story. And a lot of what inspired me to make Silver Falls is because I was frustrated from games that are great for like a couple years, and then the developers that are making the game change, and then all of a sudden it's just not faithful to what it was anymore. It seems like characters that you like get forgotten, and then they're never talked about again. Story points that you feel as the player are extremely important get totally brushed under the rug, and it's kind of like, wait, hold on, what about these things that happen? What about that character? I like that character. I like these things, but the games that we like, they end up changing hands. The people that make them change, and then it just doesn't feel like it's the same game anymore. It's not consistent. And so I created Silver Falls to be the exact opposite of that. It's basically wish fulfillment for people who want a consistent, strong story with a massive amount of interesting lore, and they get to see their characters not be forgotten. That's why I have a system where you connect all of the games together. You can connect them so that if you like this guy, and I make a game like 5 years from now in the Silver Falls series, you can still connect this game to that one, and this character or something about this game will be playable. If the character dies, then you don't get to play as them anymore. But that's my promise. I'm not going to forget the characters that you like. I will not forget the stories and the events that you like, because I know how much it sucks when there's a character that you really like and the developers decide that that character's not cool enough, and then they're never going to feature them again. So that's what Silver Falls is. You really are one of the YouTubers that can make different types of content and still succeed. Hey, I really appreciate that. Thanks. I really just want to have fun. I want to make videos that are fun, and that's basically it. Yeah, it's just, to me, YouTube, I just want to use YouTube to hang out with people and share my games. The man in the leather trench coat, he told me to forget. I will forget everything I saw. You, come here. I need to make you forget too. That was creepy. I forget. I sometimes forget specific lines of dialogue. When I come back to it, I think like, oh, gee. What about the merchant who dies in Kingdom Hearts 1? What about Sora's mom? They forget, you know. The writers forget about a lot of things. I don't remember where I put the flashlight. What YouTuber would you like to collaborate with? There isn't anyone that I want to collaborate with. I don't view myself as a YouTuber. I view myself as a guy, and I just happen to make YouTube videos on the side. There is a YouTuber who teaches banjo. His name is Jim Pankey. I'd collaborate with him. I'd play some banjo. That's it. You know what? I'm going to link to his channel too, because he's really cool. Let me just find it here. We'll go like this. I use the keyboard. Using my hand. I'm going to have to wrap up the stream soon because I don't have air conditioning in here and it's becoming a sauna. So we'll hang out. We'll hang out and chat a little bit, and then we'll wrap things up. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, this guy's really good on banjo. He teaches banjo. Hey, Indrajit, good to see you. There we go. Yeah, I would collab with Jim Pankey because he plays banjo. He's agreed to guest on Smash JT stream. Yeah, I'll hang out. I'll hang out sometime.
Hey y'all, Jim Pankey here.
Would you make a Silver Falls movies? I would love to. I would love to be part of some sort of, even like a Netflix, like 6 episodes or whatever, or a movie. I would love to do a Silver Falls thing, but I know that like Tom Cruise will want to play the main character. And then you say like the protagonist is like 21 years old or 22. I know that Tom Cruise is going to step in and be like, I want to be in that. And then now we have like, how old is Tom Cruise? How old
So feel free to poke
is
around
Tom
and see what you might like.
Cruise?
Get used to this lane. You're gonna see
Guess.
a whole
Type in
lot.
the chat.
Hey,
Type in the chat your guess. I'm going to type in my guess, and then we're going to find out how off we are. How old is Tom Cruise? Type it in the chat right now. Happy New Year, Injajit. I am working on Animele. I'm updating it for the Switch and PC. 160, 51, 61, 62, pushing 60, 58, 54. These are good guesses. These are pretty good guesses. All right, I just looked it up on Google. Tom Cruise is 62. Hey, some of you got it. Nice. He's pretty good for 62. He looks a lot younger than that, but you know, he has to take good care of himself for his roles. So that, you know, that makes sense. So, all right, we're gonna wrap things up because I'm absolutely melting. 62, you got it. You guys got it. Nice. Oh, good coffee. Oh, so I was gonna say, let's put on some good music while we wrap things up here. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. So the next Silver Falls game that I'll be making, that I'll be launching, is Galaxy Bound Curse DX. That is the full remake of Galaxy Bound Curse. So I'll put the link in the description for Galaxy Bound Curse on itch.io. So Galaxy Bound Curse is my Game Boy Color game. You can play the game for free. Let me just put the link in the description. Control copy, control pasta. So you can play the Game Boy game for free. There are some glitches, it's still in beta. But I'm doing a full remake for the Nintendo Switch. It's in 3D. That'll be my next Silver Falls game. So I hope you're looking forward to that. It's going to be huge. This is going to be the biggest Silver Falls game that we've seen in a while. There's a big story mode, but then there's going to be a lot in terms of, there's always multiple game modes, so I can focus on delivering a focused experience for story mode. But then I like to expand the battle mode as well. So with Galaxy Bound Curse DX will be the full remake with modern visuals that's 3D, but it'll still look reminiscent of Game Boy style. There's going to be so many different playable characters. There's going to be a huge variety of weapons. Again, a massive skill system. Again, it's about building cool, interesting loadouts using bizarre and wild skills so you can make awesome characters. There's going to be a lot of different monsters to fight. There's going to be content that connects it to every single Silver Falls game. It's going to be huge, and that's going to be Silver Falls Galaxy Bound Curse DX. So that'll be coming to the Switch. So if you do want to check out these other Silver Falls games, if you go on the Nintendo Switch eShop, all of my games are 50% off on the eShop at the moment. I'm melting. I am absolutely melting. Don't hang out. Hold on. Why is my? Don't hang out with us gooners over at Smash JT and Hypnotic. Jerrel, your reputation will never recover. I still don't know what a gooner is. I don't know what these buzzwords mean. We're a bad influence. Do you have Cali sticks? I don't know what that is. I don't know what a Cali stick is. I'm gonna look that up. A Cali stick. We'll just hang out for a couple minutes and then I'll have to wrap up because I'm melting. Whoa, what are these? Are they for hitting? A Smash JT is a nice guy, but he's a bit too long-winded sometimes. Hey, some of us are like that. Some of us, we just sort of go and then sort of just sort of follow a train of logic. I just read the definition. I'll put this on the screen here. All right, thanks very much. I'm so glad you guys were here to hang out and have fun with me. I really appreciate that. I'm sweating. This is the PSP game. This is a free homebrew. So Battle Fever, it's just a little battle mode. I use the graphics from the Game Boy game, but I am working on updates to this, and I want to make one that has more modern visuals. as well, more up to date. So you can grab that one. That one's free. People told me they just really have fun with that. Just try and get a high score with the monsters. There's the Pokemon mini game for the Pokemon Mini. That's fun. It's just a little game that was fun to work on. And Galaxy Bound Curse is the one. A lot of people tell me that this is their first Silver Falls, and that's how they got into the series, that they played this first, and then after that they got into the other games, but this is their first one, and that it's their favorite one. So this one's, it's massive. This is a huge game. Please feel free to have fun. You know, you can upgrade your character equipment. There's a lot of items to find. It's an action adventure like Zelda where you get to explore. You level up your characters. You can recruit animals to help you fight. It's fun. It's massive. And I'm working on a remake for this for the Nintendo Switch. So this will be, the remake to this will be my next Silver Falls game. It's going to be huge. Okay. It's a weapon in Filipino martial arts. Hitting sticks is good. Hitting sticks. Cheers. All right, yeah, I'll try to check in on the Discord more often. I've been so busy again. I'm wrapping up my Snowmon Keeper that I was working on earlier. I'm trying to wrap that up, and then I'll be getting Desperado Star. I'm so amped about that, guys. That's just a game concept that I just find so cool. Mechs in the futuristic Wild West. I'll be doing that, then Grandpa's playing Banjo in Space, and then Silver Falls Galaxy Bound Curse DX, the remake. Thanks, everyone. It's been a lot of fun. Take care. I'm melting. I'm absolutely melting. I appreciate all of you. Please take care. Happy New Year. Let's hang out. We'll stream again soon. We can make more cool stuff. Take care, everyone. Thanks for hanging out. See ya. All right, I'll click on here, and I guess I'll